This is Audible.
Camp Slaughter. Written by Sergio Gomez. Narrated by Jeremy Frazier. Prologue. A nervousness was working itself into Nadine Lang's stomach as they drove deeper and deeper into the woods. It had been growing ever since they turned off the main highway and started down these narrow dirt roads between densely packed trees that seemed to never end. Everything around them was getting more lush and greener by the minute, giving new definition to wilderness for folks like her and her husband. Maybe I should have searched for second most secluded cabin, Nadine thought. A weak smile formed on her face, but she was only half joking. Her husband must have been just as unsettled because he was driving faster now, as if in a hurry to get to the cabin. The road they were on was nothing more than a layer of pebbles between the trees to show drivers where they should go. If a car came from the other way, one of them would have to back up until they found a place to pull over to let the other one pass. At the speed Stephen was pushing the RAV4, Nadine wasn't so sure they wouldn't slide into the trees first, though, especially around all of these curves. "Stephen, maybe you should slow down," Nadine said. She saw her husband's face flush red as he grimaced. It was a facial expression she was very familiar with nowadays. Nagging Nadine. That was what her first serious boyfriend in college used to call her, and even several relationships and a marriage later, it stuck in her mind. Nadine shrunk into her seat. Stephen took a deep breath and then said, "Sorry, just hungry and tired." He'd driven the entirety of their trip, with only one stop in the afternoon in which they filled up the vehicle with gas and filled their stomachs with greasy cheeseburgers that tasted like cardboard. But he recognized that she was right. He was driving too fast. Stephen let his foot off the pedal and let the SUV drop down to a comfortable 30 miles per hour. "I'm ready to get there already," he said, looking over at her with a weak smile on his face. "Me too," she said, picking up the directions that were on her lap. According to the Google Maps printout, they were only 30 minutes from Lakewood Cabin. With the moment of truth coming, she hoped more than ever that it would look like the pictures on the website. But really, what she was hoping for was that the place would somehow fix the problems between her and her husband and save their marriage from falling apart altogether. Her mind turned to the surprise lingerie she had brought specially for this trip. The outfit she had hung all her hopes on to be spicy enough to reignite their passion for each other. It was a silly and far-fetched idea, but all she had was hope. The SUV stopped at the top of Lakewood Cabin's driveway. A squirrel running across the porch banister froze, identified where the foreign sounds were coming from, then scurried up a column and over the front awning before disappearing across the roof. "Wow," Nadine remarked, admiring the beauty of the massive cabin before her. Next to her, Stephen was already getting out of the car. Without taking her eyes off the cabin, she unlocked her door and stepped out. The gravel crunched underneath her sneakers, and it was so quiet out here that the sound echoed through the trees. This place was even better than she'd hoped. Better than the website made it out to be, too, because the pictures online couldn't capture the sweet scent of cedarwood the summer breeze carried through the air. Camp Lakewood stood 2 stories tall, made entirely of logs. At the front of it was a deck large enough for a picnic table on one side and a porch swing on the other. An awning made entirely of wood protected the furniture from the elements of the weather. Around the perimeter of the cabin were bushes with plump berries that were too vibrantly colored to be anything other than poisonous. Further out from the porch, in what could have been considered the front yard, there was a pit for campfires with a metal barrel that held skewers and utensils for roasting. Large trees with nuts and fruits growing on them towered over the cabin in a semicircle, making it feel like Lakewood Cabin existed in a pocket, isolated from the rest of the woods. It was the perfect private place for an author to retreat into to finish their latest manuscript, or that a family would rent out to get away from suburban life for a week of summer leisure. Nadine was thinking about those steamy romance novels she'd started reading a few years ago, when things between her and Stephen went cold in the bedroom. A common theme in those books was for the protagonist and her lover to go into a cabin deep in the woods to have passionate sex, and Lakewood Cabin was exactly what she imagined when reading those scenes. "Oh, Stephen, isn't this wonderful?" Nadine walked around to the front of the SUV to see what her husband's reaction was, but he wasn't on his side of the car anymore. He was at the back of the vehicle unloading and hadn't heard a word she'd said. "Nadine, can you get the door for me, please?" he said, coming up the driveway toward her, carrying a cooler. "Yeah," Nadine said, feeling the magic of the moment deflating because he hadn't even bothered to take in the sight for a second. One of the reasons they'd come out here was for him to be away from work, but here he was doing some form of work anyway. Nadine trotted to get ahead of him. She took the keys from her purse and opened the cabin door. An expansive, rustic interior dominated by a fireplace taking up almost an entire wall greeted her. The place was somehow larger than the outside suggested it would be. Several antique-style lamps with dark green shades were placed around the main room, breaking up the monotony of the wooden walls and floors. On one wall hung an elk's head with great big horns and dark eyes that were eternally staring at nothing. If there was ever a place to kick back, drink some tea, and read a novel, it was here. "This is quite the place," Stephen said, coming up behind her with the cooler. "Isn't it marvelous?" Nadine said, shaking her head in disbelief. She was sure this was some dream, that she'd fallen asleep watching the trees rush past the window, and she'd wake up still in the SUV any minute now. Of course, that didn't happen. "Good pick," Stephen said, setting the cooler down. Nadine looked over at him, and he looked back at her. For a second, she thought he was going to kiss her, but he didn't. He just blinked and turned away. "Let's unpack some, then you can cook us up some sausages," he said, heading out of the cabin. "Okay," Nadine said. Her voice was meeker in the expanse of the cabin. She didn't think it was possible, considering the lie behind the word when she was using it with him. Okay. Everything was always okay, even though it wasn't. But here she was, in the middle of this large, rustic cabin, finding out it was possible for her to sound meeker. After unpacking and eating sausages and potato rolls slathered with mustard and topped with sauerkraut, Nadine and Stephen Lang went into the master bedroom. The room kept the same decorative theme as downstairs, a rustic, cozy place to rest. There'd even been a buck's head hanging over the bed frame, which Nadine took the liberty of storing away in one of the closets. Stephen had laughed at her for that, and it felt good that she could still bring some joy to him. Nadine changed into her lingerie while Stephen stripped down to his boxer briefs. Then they both crawled underneath the covers. The room must have had good airflow or something, because despite the 80-degree weather outside, it was chilly in here. Almost like autumn. The sheets felt cool against their skin when they moved under them to a spot that hadn't been touched for a good while. They'd been cuddling in silence for a good 30 minutes now, but it hadn't turned into anything else. Nadine had her head against his chest and was playing with the salt and pepper chest hairs with an index finger, while Stephen had his arms around her. Even though they weren't speaking, neither of them knowing what to say, it felt good to finally have her husband's attention all to herself. No cell phone, no laptop, no television. Just them two lying in bed together. For a moment, it seemed like before. Back when they were younger. Back before Stephen's company had expanded to the size it was. Before the silent dinners together and the empty I love yous before bed. Stephen was a partner for a digital marketing company that had clients all over the world, and in the last few years their clientele had exploded. The company started taking in jobs from Sweden, India, Russia, and so on, which meant dealing with each and every time zone around the globe. Some nights he'd have to stay up until 4 a.m. on a conference call with clients from Japan or Malaysia, and then have to wake up at 7 a.m. to make a call to someone out in London. There was no set schedule to his work, so he was always connected and busy, with no time for anything else. The money was nice, but the life had started to drive a wedge between him and Nadine, and he knew this, but he couldn't pull himself away from it. He believed that at a certain point he would make enough money to make up for the emotional neglect. But the more money he brought in, the further he moved the goalpost. When he first had that thought, he realized he was an apple that hadn't fallen far from the tree. Being the son of a restaurant owner, he knew a thing or two about being on the receiving end of emotional neglect from a loved one, but he still couldn't pull himself away from work. And it was that guilt of knowing he was no better than his father that made him agree to this getaway in the woods. This was his attempt at compromise, at reconciliation. Now that he was away from work and lying in bed with her in this quiet cabin, the guilt was crushing him worse than ever. He stared up at the ceiling fan, watching the wooden blades spin around to try to distract himself from the ill feelings, but it didn't work. It was his fault they'd gotten to this point, to the point where they needed some elaborate trip as a last-ditch effort before the big D word would enter the conversation. He kissed the top of Nadine's head and rubbed her back between the shoulder blades. It was as close as he would come to admitting he fucked up to her, because again, he was a fruit that hadn't fallen far from the tree. His father had never been one to apologize either. Nadine lifted her head up and kissed him on the lips. She tried to make it longer than a peck, and as much as he wanted to go along with it, the guilt settling in on him was too much. He pulled away. He felt like he would be cheating her out of the passion she was looking for if he forced himself into it. Like he was paying someone with a counterfeit bill or something. Stephen shook his head at her. Not tonight, Nadine.
Aw, come on, Stephen, Nadine said, her eyes watering. I thought the whole point of this trip was for us to be, I don't know, romantic or something like that.
He would have laughed if he didn't feel so bad about everything. I just drove nearly 7 hours, Nadine. She sighed and slumped back down onto his chest. The truth was, she wasn't in the mood either. The lacy lingerie didn't even make her feel sexy. It was doing the opposite, actually. She felt like she was wearing something meant for someone younger than her, someone with a better figure. She thought about getting up to change back into regular underwear, but decided it wasn't worth disrupting the moment. Because in the back of her mind, she feared this would be the last time they ever did this. We haven't decided how long we'll be in Hawaii next month, Stephen said, hoping that a change of topic would bring her spirits back up. And his too, for that matter.
We haven't, Nadine said. Have you thought about it?
Next month, their eldest son was getting married. It was a destination wedding at the Big Island, and Nadine knew this was a bother to Stephen because it meant being away from work again. It was surprising to her that he'd agreed to this trip so close to the date of the wedding. "I was thinking no more than a week," Stephen said.
"A week, sure. That sounds fine to me."
They both went quiet after that. Stephen continued to watch the wooden fan blades spinning on the ceiling. Nadine rested her palm against his right pec and listened to his heartbeats. Outside, the sun was almost below the horizon as day gave way to twilight. The moon could just be seen as a washed-out crescent against the purple sky. Early-to-rise crickets were chirping in the bushes, singing so loud it traveled up to the master bedroom and filled the silence between Nadine and Stephen. However, the silence was starting to become uncomfortable. Nadine stirred under the covers to rustle them, for no reason other than to make noise. She opened her mouth to bring up Hawaii again, but froze when she heard a loud bang. The sound came from downstairs and through the open window at the same time. It was something from the front of the cabin, some unknown thing in the middle of these empty woods. Nadine felt Stephen's heartbeats kick. She looked up at him, seeing the same fear that tingled along her spine.
"What was that?"
Nadine whispered. He shook his head. "I don't know." Another bang. The wind? Maybe it was the wind. Maybe they'd left the front door open and the wind was banging it against the frame. Or maybe it was the screen door. It did look a little crooked, now that she thought about it. Nadine moved off him and Stephen got up. She started to get out of bed with him, but he put an arm around her waist. "Stop. Stay here. It's probably nothing, but I'll go and make sure, just in case."
"Okay, but come right back. Otherwise, I'm coming to find you."
"Yeah," he said. He stopped at the door and grabbed a broom leaning against the wall. It was something the landlord left as a message to renters to remember to clean up before leaving. Stephen turned to her, shrugged, and gave her a thin smile. "If it's a raccoon, I'll need something to beat him out with." Nadine returned the smile, but it felt thin. He left the room. Nadine saw the hallway light come on. She drew up the covers close to her body and waited for her husband to come back, straining to hear anything moving outside. If they were anywhere other than the middle of fucking nowhere, he wouldn't have let his imagination run as wild as it was as he climbed down the stairs. The first floor of the cabin wasn't even that dark. It was more like everything had taken on a purple hue rather than black darkness. But in the back of his mind was the fact that he and Nadine were likely the only people within miles of this place. "I shouldn't have agreed to this damn trip," he thought. But then another wave of guilt crashed into him. He'd been a bad husband. A terrible husband, actually. He had no basis to complain about his wife's attempt to save their marriage. Stephen let these guilt-ridden thoughts take over his mind. In some ways, they were better than the uncertainty of what he would find out downstairs. The guilt he was at least familiar with. He reached the bottom of the stairs and flipped a switch on the wall. The old-fashioned lamps flooded the living room with light. He saw the front door was closed tight. Lights on, door closed. He got his bearings back. What he'd said to Nadine before leaving the room was probably right. It might have been a raccoon or some other animal trying to get in. Hopefully nothing bigger than that, he thought, relaxing. He loosened his grip on the broomstick. Now that he was back to normal, he noticed his mouth was dry. He figured he may as well grab some refreshments while he was down here and started for the kitchen. He went down the short corridor, made the bend around the wall that put him in the kitchen doorway, and stopped when he saw the refrigerator was open. Light spilled out, revealing someone standing in front of it. partially blocked by the fridge door and partially hidden in the shadows. His toes went cold. No one else should be here except him and his wife. Hello? Can I help you? He asked. Maybe it was the landlord. Maybe someone else was renting a cabin up here and got the wrong place. Yeah, that must be it. Hello? Stephen asked again, louder this time, thinking the person might not have heard him over the noise of them clattering around the beer cans and foodstuffs they'd stocked in from the cooler. The rummaging stopped, and the unexpected visitor froze. Stephen had been reaching for the light switch on the wall, but now he froze too, fear creeping in as he waited for what this intruder would do next. For a few breaths, neither moved. Then the man rose up, holding the fridge door open, still lost in the shadows.
Hello?
Yeah. I'm sorry, but you can't... Can I help you? Who are you? The person, a man, said to him, raising a finger to his lips. Stephen threw his hand out to the wall, slapping the light switch on. What he saw twisted his stomach in knots. The guy's face was dry and cracked. Patches of it were peeling off like old wallpaper. The eyes, dark as obsidian, were set too far back in their sockets. With his next breath, he realized it wasn't the man's face he was looking at. No. It was a face, but a face over a face. A mask. One that looked like it was made from actual flesh. No matter how much he tried, he couldn't shake the idea that this intruder into their cabin was wearing someone else's skin. The room started to spin. Stephen reached out for the wall to keep himself from falling.
Who are you?
The man screeched, mockingly echoing Stephen's own question to him. His voice was high-pitched, childlike, so unexpected coming from a man that tall and wide. He was built like a pro wrestler, but the voice could have belonged to a Looney Tunes character. The masked man reached behind him, and when his arm came back up, he was holding a double-headed axe. It shone oddly underneath the ceiling lights. Stephen was transfixed by the metal blade. It shouldn't be here. This man shouldn't be here. None of this should be happening. With a two-handed grip, the man brought the axe up high over his head. He took a giant step forward and brought the axe down in a tight arc. The blade went through the top of Stephen's head, splitting his skull in half down to the bridge of his nose. There was time for one passing thought that he should have let his wife screw him one last time. And then his dead body fell backward with the weapon still lodged in the head. The masked man crouched down and tugged on the axe handle. It was lodged in there good, so he jiggled it around to a series of pops as the blade broke through the skull on its exit. Blood and brain matter slimed out the top of Stephen Lang's head in a puddle of goo. The man stepped through it as he started for the stairs. Stephen was taking too long. She wasn't sure how many seconds had passed, and the clock in this room was stuck flashing 12 o'clock, but she knew it had been too long. Nadine pushed the covers off and got out of the bed. Without taking her eyes off the doorway, hoping Stephen would come through at any moment, she found her slippers on the floor and put them on. Now she really was wishing she'd changed into her pajamas. Going off to confront the unknown in a slinky thong and peekaboo bra didn't make much sense. It was so cold in the room now that her hands felt numb. Stephen hadn't come back with some story about chipmunks on the porch. He was still downstairs, which meant something must be wrong. She took in a deep breath and went out of the room. Because of the lack of windows, it was quieter in the hallway than in the bedroom. Here, she couldn't hear leaves rustling or the crickets chirping outside. It made her feel isolated, and suddenly the quietness was suffocating. Nadine licked her lips and called out, "Stephen, is everything okay?" No response. Of course not. The cabin was sturdy and solid, so much so that voices didn't seem to travel through it well. Sounds crashed into the dense wooden walls and died there. She cursed whoever had built it in this way as she walked down the hallway. At the top of the stairs, she tried again. "Stephen, can you hear me? Hello?" Nadine was about to take her first step down when someone that wasn't her husband came around one of the walls and stopped at the bottom of the stairs. He stared up at her with eyes that were too dark and a face that didn't move when he spoke, mockingly repeating her words back to her. "Stephen? Hello? Stephen? Stephen?" Nadine screamed and ran. Nadine slammed the bedroom door shut and threw the lock on, thinking that would be enough to keep him out. Out in the hallway, the masked man lifted the axe to his shoulders, slick with blood and sharp on both ends. With a single heave, the head of the axe broke through and came out on Nadine's side. She screamed. "Stephen?" the masked man mocked. "Hello? Stephen?" The axe head pulled back, tearing a hole in its wake, and a meaty hand came through in its place. "Stephen? Is everything okay?" She could hear him laughing out in the hallway. Nadine bit back a scream and scanned the room for a weapon. Anything, something. Please God, anything. But nothing stood out to her. The lamps? Maybe. But would they even do enough damage? Screw it. She had to try something. And she could hide in the closet, gain the element of surprise. Yes, that was it. She ran over to one of the lamps and picked it up, relieved to find out it was hefty. The power cord ripped right off the wall as she ran to the closet with it. Meanwhile, the masked man's fingers felt around the doorknob for the lock like fat worms searching for food. Nadine shut the closet door behind her, and a few seconds after that, the masked man unlocked the bedroom door. He barged through, axe over his head, ready to strike, but froze when he saw the room was empty. She was hiding. "Where are you?" he asked, lowering the axe and stepping through the room. Inside the closet, Nadine held her breath while clutching onto the lamp. She exhaled as slowly and quietly as she could as she heard him hunkering towards her, his steps heavy against the wooden floor. She looked at the knob, but there was no lock. Of course not. It wouldn't make any sense for there to be. She was going to be found. It was a foregone conclusion at this point. And he'd found her out quickly, too. How the hell had he done that? It didn't matter. She readied the lamp. A term she'd overheard once when Stephen was watching a football game popped into her head. Hail Mary. The phrase had stuck out to her because the religious overtone to the name seemed out of place with the rest of the sport. Here, in a life-or-death situation, the term was more fitting. This was her Hail Mary moment. The knob turned and the door was flung open. Before her stood a gargantuan man, but even more frightening than his immensity was his hideous face. It was dry, bloated, and somehow too big for his head. Without wasting another second, Nadine leapt forward and threw the lamp at him. The man got his arm up fast enough to protect his head, and the lamp shattered. Thick shards of ceramic clattered to the floor. Blood ran down from the intruder's elbow he'd used to block the attack, but that was all the damage he'd sustained. It wasn't the knockout blow Nadine needed. "Found you! Now we have fun!" The words came out in a high-pitched squeal. The masked man grabbed one of her wrists and yanked Nadine out of the closet. She tried breaking free, but he was too strong. He held her in place as she screamed. The masked man struck her over the head with the axe handle. Nadine's body slumped to the side in his grip.
"Quiet now?"
he asked. Nadine couldn't answer. The single blow had been all it took to knock her out.
"Good. Too much noise,"
the masked man said to no one but himself. He threw Nadine over his shoulder and started out of the cabin. The smell of hay and feces hit her nostrils before she even opened her eyes. Behind that, there was another pungent smell she couldn't place her finger on that made her nose itch. Nadine reached up to rub at her nose. The rattling of metal and cold steel digging into her skin made her eyes fly open. She saw metal handcuffs around her wrists, attached to chains, and wanted to scream but couldn't. Her mouth was stuffed with a rag that tasted vile and used. There was thumping coming from somewhere behind her, reminding her of the banging back at the cabin. The cabin! Right! That was the last place she'd been before waking up here. Stephen. Her husband had gone downstairs to make sure that everything was all right, and it hadn't been. The thump came again. Faster, harder this time, easier to locate. And it wasn't coming from outside the barn, or even from inside. It was her heart beating so loud it was in her ears. Nadine sprang to her feet and felt cuffs around her ankles, too. Enough moonlight came into the room that she could follow the chains. They fed down into the ground, then came back up and were attached to an old, gigantic machine. That meant she'd have to be able to move a ton if she was going to do more than crouch. Her thoughts raced, settling finally on one question. Where am I? In front of her, what she had thought was a solid wall opened up around the frame of a door. Nadine squinted against the sudden light shining into her face, but kept her eyes open to see what was coming. The light revealed the bales of hay all over this place. They were stacked up almost to the ceiling. Their dry grass littered the floor. Bones and dark stains that could only be blood lay among the fallen pieces of hay, too. In the doorway stood a silhouetted figure, tall, broad-shouldered, with a significant gut that spilled out the sides as much as it did the front. He stood as if he was hunched over. She remembered him, the masked man from the cabin. Her thoughts shuffled again. I'm going to die. She screamed, the sound muffled by the rag in her mouth. But outside, in the dense woods that she had been so freaked out by on the way here, there would be no one to hear her. The man moved forward, stepping into the light coming from outside the barn. He grabbed an electrical lantern from the wall and turned it on, then strolled toward her. Standing in front of her, he was even more imposing now. Even worse, the glow of the lantern revealed him in terrifying detail. The mask on his face was ill-fitting, cracked and peeling. The eye holes were uneven, one much bigger than the other. The mouth part was cut out in a crude rectangle, like a child's first attempt at using scissors, but it was big enough that the man's thick lips protruded through. He licked at them. The bottom of his tongue rasped against the leather mask as he did this. No, not leather. Skin. Dear God, he was wearing someone's face.
"Hello? Wakey, wakey,"
he said in a voice that was much too loud. Her stomach curled in on itself as she saw the dangling ears on either side of the face the maniac was wearing, saw the little hairs still stuck at the top of the dried flesh. She felt the tickle of vomit climbing up her throat. She fought against it, though, because she was sure to choke on it with the rag blocking its exit. Fighting against it made her lightheaded, and she thought she was going to faint. Nadine fought to stay awake. She had to stay awake. If he took the rag out, maybe she would be able to talk her way out of this. "No, no," the masked man said, seeing her eyes starting to roll to the back of her head. "Awake, awake, stay awake. It better awake." Nadine shook her head to comply, for her sake, not his. The masked man bent down to be eye level with her. His lips were turned up into a grin that trembled like he didn't have much control of their facial muscles. He poked her on the temple with his index finger. "You stay awake. Fun is just beginning." His voice, it was so childish, almost calming if it didn't belong to a 300-pound man wearing a face over his head. And if she wasn't shackled inside of a remote barn deep in the woods and her husband... Oh, dear God. Where was Stephen? "I will take the rag out. You scream. If you want, you scream. Makes it easier." He nodded to her like a parent telling their child it's okay to fall over the first time the training wheels are taken off a bike. Then he pulled the rag out of her mouth. The man rose up to his full 6'5" height and walked over to a wooden shelf at the end of the barn. He opened a metal case that was sitting on the bottom level. It was heavy duty, like something the military might keep their rifles stored in. But what the masked man pulled out wasn't a rifle, or even a weapon, really. The moonlight glinted off the chainsaw as the man swung around. There was another happy, sloppy grin on his face as he trotted back to her. Now Nadine screamed. She screamed until her throat hurt. The masked man pulled the cord at the end of the chainsaw and watched in fascination as the blade began to speed up and the little engine coughed and barked. Nadine's screaming could be heard over the sound of it. The masked man pulled the cord one more time and the chainsaw revved to life. "Fun for me," he yelled out. "Not for you." "No, no, please," Nadine cried, watching the man inch the chainsaw toward her right leg. "Yes, yes," he screamed back, but she didn't hear him because Nadine went unconscious. She was out cold before the metal of the chainsaw bit into her leg, waking her again to a nightmare she couldn't escape. Chapter 1. 1 year later. Fred wasn't even settled in his room yet when his phone went off. He set his backpack down on the computer desk and looked at the screen. The name Gavin was displayed on it. Fred wasn't much in the mood to talk to him right now, but he'd been dodging his friend's phone calls all day, and if he didn't answer, Gavin would just keep calling until he did. May as well get it over with, he thought, hitting the answer button. "Hey man, sorry, I was busy all day," he lied, slumping into the computer chair by his study desk. "No worries," Gavin said from the other end of the line. "I know how it is. Finals are killing me." "Yeah," Fred replied. "Now, imagine if you had a job." He wasn't going to say that to him, but he sure thought it. Fred picked up a pencil and tapped its eraser against one of the spirals of a notebook on his desk. He was hoping Gavin would make this quick. He had studying to get to. "But fuck school," Gavin cackled. "I'll be back in town this Friday." "I know," Fred said. The words came out with more edge than he'd intended. He wanted to believe it was because of the long shift at the electronics store, but he wasn't sure that was the whole truth. "Did you check out the link I sent you?" "No, Gav, I haven't. I haven't had the chance." In fact, he didn't even know what link he was talking about. "What the hell, dude?" Gavin said to him. Then to someone else he yelled, "Hey, fuck you too, buddy!" "Are you driving?" "Yeah, to my homie Beatty's house for a party. Can you say drunk freshman girls?" Fred groaned. "Jesus, man. Weren't you just complaining about finals? Yeah, those are in the AM. Nights are for partying. Fred laughed. It was kind of amazing that Gavin was an astrophysics major on the dean's list almost every semester, but yet somehow found time to party all the time. Nah, but seriously, Gavin continued. I might see Brooke there. I'll tell her about the cabin. Cabin? What? Holy shit, man! Did you not get my text messages or something? I told you, I've been busy. Gavin sighed dramatically into the phone. I rented a cabin for the weekend. I sent you a link with all the details, and you're coming. I'm not taking no for an answer. I don't know, man. I kind of just wanted to kick back and relax after the semester was over. Shut up, Gavin said. You're coming. I promised Noelle we'd hang out more when my time freed up. Are you an idiot? Gavin said. Fred could practically imagine him facepalming. Invite her! Chicks love camping! Fred thought about that for a second. Damn it, Gav. When you're right, you're right. Come on, Fredster. It's our last summer before we turn into boring adults. Let's do it big. If Gavin wasn't such a brainiac, he would have been a hell of a used car salesman. This wasn't the first time that thought crossed Fred's mind because Gavin had a way of persuading people since they were kids. He was so effective at persuasion that people would come out convinced that what Gavin wanted out of them was what they had wanted in the first place. Fred was feeling like that right now and wondered why he hadn't come up with the idea. A relaxing summer getaway trip to a cabin in the woods? Was there a better setting to finally ask a girl to be your girlfriend? Fred, you still there? Gavin's voice stirred him out of his daydream. Yeah to everything. Gavin laughed. That didn't take much. Shut up. Look, even if Noelle says no, I'll make sure there are chicks. Don't worry about that. Do you ever think about anything else besides getting laid? Gavin ignored the comment and continued. You think you can hit up Fletch? The weed up here is dirt compared to his stuff. Yeah, probably. All right, Gavin said. I'm at Beatty's house. I'll talk to you later. Okay, man. Later, Fred said, ending the call. By later, Fred knew he meant he would drunk text him at 4 a.m. when he returned home from the party. It was kind of odd to Fred that he did this, but at the same time, they were also each other's oldest friend. They'd been friends since Gavin shit his pants on a field trip to the zoo in front of the whole class. Fred's mom happened to be chaperoning the trip and took him into the bathroom to clean him up and bought him new clothes from the zoo gift shop. After that embarrassing incident, none of the other kids wanted to sit and eat lunch with him, so Fred's mom made him share a table with Gav. While drinking apple juice and eating their PB&J sandwiches, Gavin told Fred that he thought the smell of the animals would be strong enough to cover up the smell of his poop in his pants. They laughed so hard that juice came out of Fred's nose, and ever since then, they were friends. Best friends, even. But recently, they had started to drift apart. It was a combination of growing older and Gavin going to a school in upstate PA that started it. And now that Fred was busier with work to try to save money to get out of his parents' house before graduation, and Gav was still into the whole partying scene, their lives headed in complete opposite directions, drifting them further apart. Fred grabbed his phone to check the link, feeling a little bad about ignoring Gav the last few weeks, but then thought better of it. He put the phone in his pocket, forcing it out of his sight so he wouldn't be tempted to open it up. He had studying to get to. After a few minutes of staring at the pages in the microbiology textbook, the words started to run into each other, turning into continuous rectangular blobs of ink. Nothing his eyes passed over meant anything to him. Frustrated, he slammed the textbook closed. Fred leaned back and stared up at the ceiling, fighting the urge to check his Instagram timeline. Downstairs, he could hear the murmur of his parents watching some cop drama, CSI or Law and Order, one or the other, which meant it was late, but not too late. He thought about texting Noelle, but by the time she got back to him and he drove over to her neighborhood, it probably would be too late. He'd have to talk to her before the trip to invite her, obviously, but that would have to wait until at least tomorrow. Thinking about the trip made Fred wonder what Fletcher was up to. He got up and stuck his head out one of the windows and looked down the street. The lights were still on at his house. Nice. It was never too early to start stocking up for a camping trip. Plus, maybe a few hits would help him focus on studying when he came back. Fred ducked back into the house, grabbed his keys off the desk, and headed out. Chapter 2. "What's with the camera?" Andy Cameron said to the pair coming into his office. "She's not going to film with it, is she?"
"No, I'm not,"
Molly Sanger said. She could feel the death glare on her face because, even though the question was about her, he'd addressed it to her partner because he was the man of the group. It wasn't surprising coming from a guy like Andy Cameron, who probably thought his expensive suits and flashy haircuts were enough to woo any woman he wanted. But just because it wasn't surprising didn't make Molly any less angry about it. "Okay, good," Andy replied, reclining back in his chair. "I get nervous in front of the camera." Yes, your concern is understandable. It could be quite a stressful ordeal to be filmed." Emerald Dantes, Molly's partner, settled into the chair in front of Andy's mahogany desk. Molly sat in the one next to him. "Molly and I have interviewed and filmed enough people to know not everyone is suited for it." "You guys make films?" Andy said. He leaned forward in the chair, his eyes were wide with admiration. "What kind?"
"Documentaries,"
Molly answered. "Very interesting," Andy said, but with any real interest fading away. He'd been hoping to hear they were in PA from Hollywood or something along those lines. "Well, how can I help you? You guys have a place you want to rent out in mind?" "Actually, yes. We were interested in one of your cabins," Emerald said, reaching into his pocket and taking out a sheet of paper with a picture of a cabin printed on it. He placed it on the desk right side up to Andy. Andy laced his fingers together and rested his elbows on the desk. It took him a few seconds to remember which of his many properties he was looking at, but then all the information flooded into his brain at once. "Ah, yes, I see you've taken an interest in Lakewood Cabin." "A great interest, actually," Emerald said, giving him a big smile. "I assume you looked through the pictures on the website." "Mm-hmm," Emerald said. "You've seen how beautiful this early 20th century log cabin is, then?" Andy said, and for the first time glanced over at Molly. She could only assume this was the part of his pitch when he tried to convince the wife or girlfriend of his usual clientele so that she would help him convince the man. Poor sucker. He had no idea what was going on or who they were. "Oh, yes," Emerald said. "I did extensive research on the cabin, which is why we're interested." Andy reached behind him where a number of brochures for hotels, cabins, bed and breakfasts, and beach houses were filed into a clear plastic shelf. He found the brochure for Lakewood Cabin, plucked it out of the slot, and splayed it out in front of them on top of the printed-out photo. The right flap of the brochure folded out into a miniature map of the area. "See, if you look here, this path takes you to a nearby lake." Andy traced his finger over a trail that was aptly named Lake Walk. The path went around the body of water named Willow Lake that was represented by a blue blotch of ink on the map. "It's named after the willow trees that surround it. Let me tell you, Mr. Dantes, you'd be picking the best time of year to stay at Lakewood Cabin. You have a kayak or a canoe?" Emerald shook his head, not giving Andy the energy he was looking for. He was hoping the man would talk himself tired sooner rather than later, What he was doing was the verbal version of Muhammad Ali's rope-a-dope strategy, but something told Emerald that Andy Cameron had the aid of a certain white powder to keep him going and going longer. "Do you plan on hiking? You look like you like to hike, Miss Sanger, do you?"
"Sure,"
Molly said with little enthusiasm. She knew what was going on. It was the reason her and Emerald were partners. They could always follow the other person's moves without having to say anything to each other. "Well, you're in luck, because these trails off the main cabin grounds are to die for," Andy said, bringing his finger to another trail east of the cabin. This one was labeled Hawks View Trail because it ended at a cliff. There was Emerald's opening to take over. Turned out he didn't need the man to burn himself out after all. "Funny you mention that," Emerald interjected. Andy had his mouth open, ready to go on to the next part of his sales spiel, but stopped. He looked up from the brochure at Emerald with an inquisitive look on his face. "I beg your pardon?" "Funny you should say the trails are to die for," Emerald repeated. What's that supposed to mean?" His eyes flickered over to Molly, then back to Emerald, searching for the answer on their faces. Emerald cleared his throat and reached into the pocket of his shirt again, and took out another folded-up sheet of paper. Like he did with the picture of Lakewood Cabin, he spread it out on the desk facing Andy. Andy immediately recognized the printout as a copy of a police report. It was of the Lang incident that happened last year. "What's that? Where'd you get that?" Andy said. His eyes were frantic. Emerald leaned back in the chair. He interlaced his fingers and put his hands behind his head and smiled at Andy. "I told you, I've done extensive research into your cabin. I'm wondering if you mentioned this incident to any of the previous renters." "What's it matter?" Andy said, shaking his head. "People can be murdered anywhere." I see you dodged that question." "No," Andy answered, hoping that it would be the end of it and he could go back to trying to get them to rent the cabin. "What kind of an idiot would bring that up? It would scare people off." "I see," Emerald said. He took out another piece of paper from his pocket and put it in front of Andy. "These are more reports of people who have gone missing in the woods. Many of the reports mention your cabin as a nearby landmark. I'm curious if you know anything about these." Andy looked down at the printed-out reports like a teenager staring at pages of his not-so-secret-anymore diary. His face flushed red. "What's your point, Mr. Dantes? Do you want to rent the cabin or not?" "I want to know what you know about these before I hand over any money, and why you think these people are going missing." "I understand that you're concerned about your safety." Andy stumbled on his words at seeing a smile flash across Emerald's face. "But I can assure you that Lakewood Cabin is a safe environment for you and your partner." "I'm sure the Langs would disagree with that," Emerald said. Andy was losing his cool and was starting to get frustrated enough to not care if he lost these two as clients. "Who are you two?" "I am a paranormal investigator, Mr. Cameron. My partner here is a documentarian. We investigate the odd, the mysterious, and the unexplained. These woods that your cabin is in, and the disappearances of these people happen to fall into all three categories." Andy grabbed a tumbler from a shelf under his desk, took it over to a miniature fridge and dumped some ice cubes into it. He came back into the chair, reached under the desk for his secret stash of whiskey he sometimes drank when he worked late at night at the office, and filled his cup to the rim. "Okay, Mr. Dantes, Miss Sanger, I'll be honest with you two." "Thank you," Emerald said. "That would be appreciated." "Funny stuff does happen in the woods around Lakewood Cabin. I have no control over that. And it's true I don't tell potential renters about these missing persons reports. I suppose that's dishonest of me, maybe even slimy. But I'm in the business of renting out getaway homes for people, not busting crime. That's what law enforcement is for." Can I ensure your safety out there? No, of course not. But I can suggest having a good time and making sure your life insurance is up to date. Sure, Emerald said. I have another question, Mr. Cameron. Andy took a big sip from his drink. Go ahead. Why did the police write off the Lang incident as a murder-suicide? From what I've read, the wife's body was never found. Andy shook his head. I don't know. I suppose because the woods are too damn big to do a proper investigation. There's not really any one department assigned to the woods. The different townships pass around the responsibility like a hot potato. It all depends on who gets called when and all that. I see, Emerald said. That's interesting. In case you haven't noticed, Mr. Dantes, the towns around here aren't much of towns at all. Some of them have populations of less than 2,000 people. The sheriff and the milkman might be the same fucking person in some of these places for all I know. Hypothetically speaking, Emerald said, if I wanted to find out more about these woods and the missing people, who would I consult if not the police? Oh shit, I don't know. Maybe the locals? He rolled the question over in his head for a second, then a name popped into his head. I know. There's a guy named Harold Buckley. Where can I find this Mr. Buckley? He's usually at the Green Lizard Tavern over in Prairie Town. I can give you directions there. Andy reached behind him to the clear shelf where the brochures were again, and this time took a paper bar menu out of it. He handed it over to Emerald. I go drinking there sometimes. Harold Buckley is almost always there when I go. Weeknights or weekends. I think maybe he lives there. Maybe rents out a room in the back of the bar or something. Andy laughed. Emerald glanced at the menu and then handed it over to Molly, who did the same before putting it in her purse. Fair warning, Andy went on. He's a bit of a loon. Always talking crazy stuff, conspiracies and that kind of junk. Is that what you guys do? Something along those lines, Emerald said, ignoring the insult to his profession. This was something he learned to roll with early on in deciding to become a paranormal investigator. Now, Andy said, sitting up straight. He was feeling the whiskey working its magic in him. Can we get back to discussing Lakewood Cabin and how it's the perfect summer destination for you and this young lady here? Actually, Emerald said, getting out of the chair, we're not interested anymore. What? Andy jumped out of his chair so fast the back of his thighs hit the chair. It rolled back on its wheels and slammed into the wall behind it. But I told you all that stuff. Wait, you were never going to rent, were you? You tricked me. Emerald pulled out $100 bill from his wallet and threw it down as he collected his printouts. For your troubles. You did well on camera, Mr. Cameron. Try not to be so hard on yourself. Now Andy saw the red glowing light on the camera, one he should have seen before. Anger swelled up in him. Hey, no! You don't have my consent to use that footage! They'd started out of the office already, and Emerald was already outside. Molly turned to Andy Cameron, halfway out the door herself, and said, We'll blur your face out, don't worry. No one will know it was you who admitted to being slimy. This isn't fair, Andy called after them. Molly responded by shutting the door behind her. It's amazing that people can be both stupid and rich, Emerald said as he slid into the Subaru's driver's seat. He pulled his cell phone out, but he still had no service in this area. This far north in Pennsylvania seemed to be one big dead zone with pockets of reception, instead of the other way around. Must be all the trees. I didn't know we had the funds to pay interviewees now, Molly said, getting into the passenger seat and closing the door. Emerald snickered. $100 for someone like Andy Cameron is nothing but pocket change. That was more of an act of clearing my own conscience for the deception. Let me rephrase then. I didn't know we had the money to clear your conscience. We don't, Emerald said, putting the cell phone away. But I think with the information he gave us, we might be able to make a heck of a movie.
Ah, so it was an investment?
Molly asked, but it wasn't exactly a question, more of a criticism than anything. Something like that. Emerald put the key into the ignition and started the Subaru up. They had almost an hour's drive to get back to their hotel. Chapter 3. Fletcher Donovan was part Rastafarian wannabe and part slick businessman. He was only 2 years older than Fred, but word was he owned the house he lived in, which was 2 houses down the street from where Fred lived with his parents. He drove around in a 2-year-old Lexus and was usually sporting the latest Apple Watch, which didn't fit in with his trademark image of blonde dreads and a tie-dye shirt. Whenever anyone asked about his money, Fletcher told them he owned a car parts shop. But no one had ever seen or knew where this shop was located. But people didn't ask him too many questions because everyone in the town loved him. Not just the high school and college kids who he sold weed and shrooms to, but their parents loved him too. Of course, they didn't know about the drugs, or if they did, they turned a blind eye. They loved him because of the help he did around the neighborhood. Fletcher and 4 of his buddies, who looked closer to his image than his flashy Apple Watches, got together on Sunday mornings and went around picking up litter in the neighborhood. They did this about twice a month, and it was free of charge to the neighborhood. No one knew if Fletcher paid his friends or just gave them goods from his stashes, but again, this wasn't anyone's concern. Fletcher and the same buddies also tended to the communal garden they'd converted the front yard of the abandoned meat shop into. In the summer, residents would go and pick fresh cherry tomatoes, basil, carrots, cucumbers, and sometimes even catnip for their kitties. It all depended on what Fletcher and his merry band of modern-day hippies decided to grow that year. But either way, it was another bonus he had with the neighborhood adults. Fred rang the doorbell, hoping his friend wouldn't think this was some sort of police drug bust since he'd forgotten to text him that he was coming. An eye appeared at the peephole, then Fletcher opened the door with his usual big grin. His blonde dreads were pulled back into a messy ponytail, and he wore an oversized Dark Side of the Moon t-shirt. "Freddie, my boy!" Fletcher hopped toward him and gave him a big hug. "Nice of you to stop by, man." Fred wasn't the biggest fan of being close to people, but because it was Fletch, he always let it slide. He reciprocated by patting him on the back, then pulled away. "Yeah, man, sorry. Been busy with school and work." "I know how it goes," Fletcher said. He moved back into the house, leaving an inviting gap in the doorway. "You want to come inside? I got some new records. Come check them out." The bit about the new records was both code for "come inside if you're looking to buy something illicit" and the truth, because Fletcher collected vinyl. Not in a hipster way. He'd been collecting those since they were in middle school. Fred went inside the house and Fletcher led him into the living room. The inside of the house always took Fred by surprise. It was clean and tidy instead of being dark and damp and smelling of BO and weed. It wasn't riddled with drug paraphernalia and roaches like one might expect a pothead's place to be. Fletch's place looked like it had been decorated by a hippie mom. There was a large red Indian rug underneath a bone marrow-colored coffee table decorated with Buddhas. Various images of Vishnu, Ganesha, and psychedelic patterns hung in gold-plated frames on the walls of his rooms and corridors. The place smelled of a hint of weed, but the dominating scent was floral and smoky smells coming from the incense burning on the mantel over the fireplace. Fred sat on one of the couches. It was large and soft, and the cushioning seemed to form itself around him. A stoner's dream seat. Fletcher sat in a fan-backed wicker chair, picking up a cup off the center table filled with Coke and rum that had thick ice cubes floating in it. "Want some?" Fletcher asked him, taking a sip of his drink. "No thanks," Fred said. "Gotta get up kinda early tomorrow." "Ah, well, what can I help you with then?" "I need some of the good stuff. Fred told him. The good stuff or the really good stuff? He considered this for a second. Gav would have said both if he were here, but the camping trip was a few days out, and Fred didn't want to stash a bunch of weed and shrooms in his bedroom until then. Not that his parents would snoop around when he wasn't home or anything like that. It just didn't sit well in his mind. Just weed, Fred said. Anyway, if Gavin insisted on it, he'd come pay Fletch another visit. How much do you need? An ounce? Whoa! You having a party or something? Sort of, Fred said. A party in the woods. Fletcher's eyes lit up. A camping trip? Yeah, where at? Fred shrugged. He pulled out his cell phone and started searching through his messages from Gavin. Not sure. Believe it or not, Gav planned this whole thing. We're going a day after he comes back from upstate. Rad, man. Fletcher took another sip of his drink and considered things. While he was doing that, Fred found the name of the cabin they were going to. We're going to this place called Lakewood Cabin. Ever heard of it? Fletcher shook his head. Nope. Fred opened up the website link and read a phrase off the banner webpage. The most secluded cabin in Pennsylvania. Talk about a good party spot, huh? Fletcher laughed. Hey, what do you say if I come? I'll bring the weed free of charge just for letting me tag along. Wow, Fletch, that'd be awesome. The more the merrier and all that shit. Isn't it kind of sudden for you, though? Nah, I can get some of my buddies to do housekeep while I'm gone. Okay, then. Yeah, man, I think it'll be a good time. Fred didn't add that less than an hour ago, he had been arguing with Gavin about not going. Since you're here already, you want to smoke a little? Fletcher jutted his chin out to a bong on the table between them. It had some sort of Chinese dragon on it with gold characters all over it. Thought you'd never ask, Fletch, Fred said to him. You know I always got you, man, Fletcher said, switching the drink for the bong in his hands. Before getting it ready, he asked, You sure you don't want a drink? Nah, that's all right. Saving your partying for the camping trip. Fred laughed. Not really, just not in the mood. Fletcher started the bong while they caught up. It had been a while since they'd hung out, and Fred wasn't sure if it was the weed or what, but when he returned home later that night, he felt better about everything. The stressful day at the computer shop seemed so long ago that it wasn't weighing on him anymore. He even got some studying done and was looking forward to crushing finals week. Before his brain went off for the night, he realized the pot had nothing to do with this new mood, and everything to do with the upcoming camping trip. A week away from suburban life, surrounded by nature with plenty of food, drinks, and music by a campfire, sounded like just the thing he needed after this semester of hell. And the cherry on top of it all would be that if things went the way he planned, Noel would be there with him. When he finally went to sleep, there was a smile on his face. Chapter 4. Molly was sitting by the window, watching the light drizzle splash against the glass. Her laptop was open on the desk in the corner of the hotel room, and her headphones were sitting next to it. She'd been editing the footage of the meeting with Andy Cameron for the last hour and a half or so, and now she was growing weary. She looked down at the slender watch on her wrist and saw it was almost midnight. Her stomach grumbled, and in her mind she saw Emerald putting down the $100 bill on Andy's desk. All she had for dinner tonight was a yogurt topped with some granola because she was trying to keep their costs down. And here Emerald was, throwing money around like they were on the Coen brothers' budget. It was nights like these that made her regret choosing this profession. Her father, a hard-ass military guy who'd become a criminal defense lawyer after getting out of the Marines, had wanted her to follow in his own footsteps. Being a rebellious 21-year-old at the time when she was applying for law schools, Molly never bothered to open their response letters. Instead, she decided to take all the money she'd saved while working at the local campus bar and travel around the country vlogging her experiences on YouTube. She worked wacky jobs for money, slept in her car most nights, and lived off canned beans and jerky for about a year and a half. A year into it was when she met Emerald at a bar in Florida. He approached her because he saw her talking into the camera at one of the tables and asked what she was doing. At first, she thought it was just an old man hitting on her. Molly was no stranger to that. Not that she was going to win any beauty pageants, but she was a thin blonde at a bar by herself, which was usually enough for her to garner attention from drunken men. But the more she talked to him, the more she realized he had no interest in her sexually. Even now that they were 4 years into making documentaries together, she wasn't sure Emerald was sexual at all. He never talked about past relationships or a marriage or anything like that. He was all about his research. It was kind of odd, like he was some sort of asexual alien or something, but she tried not to think about it too much. That night they met, he told her he was a paranormal investigator. Molly started out thinking it was funny and played it up for the vlog audience, but Emerald didn't play along. He was adamant and stern about his beliefs in the supernatural. Told her he was convinced that there was no way the 5 senses humans had could discover everything this planet had to offer. Emerald invited her to come with him to an abandoned house not far away from the bar they were in. Molly thought she was sniffing out some sort of trap to get in her pants, or maybe even worse. Maybe the strange old man was planning to murder her. But Emerald didn't push it on her, just gave her his number and went back to drinking his scotch. It wasn't until the next night that she called him back. For some reason, the encounter with him had stuck in her mind. The sincerity of his belief in the supernatural was like nothing she'd ever heard, but he didn't come off as some batshit crazy person. It was more like he had a staunch belief in this, more like a highly religious person who truly believed they were on a path God put them on. Emerald had picked up on the first ring, and they'd arranged to meet at the same bar they'd met at the night before. From there, Emerald drove them to the abandoned, supposedly haunted Truman House. On the drive there, he told Molly all about the legend of the house. The story went that a man had caught his wife in bed with another man. In an act of rage, he went down to the basement, grabbed his double-barreled shotgun, and gunned down the pair while they were having sex in the master bedroom. Still blinded by rage, the man drowned his 2 children in the bathtub. Supposedly, at specific hours of the night, you could hear the faint sound of the shotgun blast going off. In the bathroom, you were supposed to be able to hear the ghosts of the children splashing in the bathtub, struggling to get out from underneath their father's hold. Molly found rational explanations for all of that during their visits. The sound of the ghost shotgun blast could have easily been the loose window pane banging against the side of the house when the wind blew. The splashing could be attributed to water leaking through the walls from the side of the roof, seeing how there were plenty of leaks in the ceiling. Even though there seemed to be a rational explanation for the rumors, Molly was fascinated when Emerald walked her through the house. He was like some sort of tour guide showing her mind's eye the possibility of another world layered over top of our own. She uploaded the vlog, and the next few days she saw her YouTube subscriptions almost double. The vlog of the paranormal investigation was a huge hit, and she called Emerald back and proposed the idea of them making a full-length documentary. She emailed him a breakdown of the ad revenue and how much she would be making on the vlog by herself. She told him that with his help, she could turn her channel into something bigger. That was hook, line, and sinker for Emerald, and the beginning of their documentary series. Emerald brought the knowledge, interviewing skills, and investigation, while Molly did all the camera work and editing. Together, they were the Paranormal Talk channel on YouTube. But what the cameras didn't show were the shrinking bank account numbers between revenue checks, the camera/computer repair bills, and the shitty hotel rooms that smelled of cheap cigarettes, and nights of going to sleep hungry like she was tonight. A knock on her hotel room stirred her out of her thoughts. She turned away from the water-streaked window and went over to the door. Molly didn't bother asking who it was because it could only...
Enjoy the stillness between chapters. Let the music cradle you gently until we resume. Thank you for being a listener.
have been one person. She opened the door and Emerald stood on the other side. The top of his chauffeur hat and the tips of his hair poking out from underneath it were wet from the rain. He held a brown paper bag that was dotted with water. A strong smell of cilantro and tortillas wafted from it. "I brought you a burrito from the restaurant next door," he said, holding up the takeout bag. "A peace offering, if you will."
"For what?"
"For not consulting you about giving Andy Cameron money for the information."
"That's all right, Emerald."
She felt like a big jerk now that he'd gone out into the rain to get her food. "Are you saying you don't want it?" Molly grabbed the bag from his grip and shook her head.
No, I'm not saying that at all."
They went into the room. Molly pushed her laptop and headphones to a corner of the desk, and they ate their burritos on it. "How was the interview? Did you get a proper angle?" Emerald asked.
"It's okay. It'll work."
Molly took a big bite of her burrito, realizing she was hungrier than she thought.
"My biggest concern is that he was hard to hear sometimes, so I'll have to pipe up the volume on some of his responses."
Emerald nodded in approval, then changed the subject. "On my way to get the burritos, if you can call these burritos, I had an interesting phone call."
"About what? And with who?"
"The bar owner over at the Green Lizard Tavern, about our friend Mr. Harold Buckley."
"And?"
"And he told me Mr. Buckley wasn't in, but that I should try again tomorrow. He said there's a good chance he'll be there. Said the guy comes in every other night."
"How far is this place from here?"
"A little over 40 minutes. Molly finished off her burrito, crumpled the tinfoil wrap, and threw it in the wastebasket.
"Guess we'll be putting a bunch of miles on the old Subaru out there, huh?"
Everything out there seemed to be spread out far apart, with either barren fields or dense trees between the places where people lived. "Indeed," he said. "Hopefully she'll hold up." Emerald finished his burrito, then threw the foil into the trash can with hers. Then he got up. Well, I'll leave you to edit or whatever it is you had planned for the rest of the night."
"It's almost midnight, Emerald,"
Molly said, flashing the face of her watch at him. "Ah," Emerald said. "Well, it's almost school and goblin o'clock." They'd walked through the room, and Emerald was standing out in the hotel corridor. Molly was at the door. She rolled her eyes, and closing the door, she said,
"Good night, Emerald."
"Good night," he said to her before the door shut. Chapter 5. There was a knock on Martin Barter's office door. He always hated disruptions when he was working on the schedule, especially in the summer when so many of the hotel maids needed days off. But he painted on his best smile when Joey Schmidt, the kitchen manager, came into his office and slumped into the chair in front of him. The collar of his shirt had a ring of sweat around it, and his hair was all disheveled. "Hey, Joey. What can I do for you?" Martin said, closing the spreadsheet. Something told him this wasn't going to be a quick conversation. So, this morning, I get a fucking text from one of my cooks telling me he quits. That was bad news, but not really Martin's concern. They could always find a replacement in this economy. Okay. Then, I come into the kitchen, and guess what I see? Fucking grease all over the damn place. Like the little asshole, pardon my French, Marty, I'm just pissed, put it into a bucket and threw it all over. That's awful, Martin said, nodding. He already knew where this conversation was going. Think you can give me a hand, Marty? Joey shook his head back and forth like there were gnats buzzing around his crown. Sure, I can send some of my staff to help you out, Marty said. Joey nodded, then his train of thought went elsewhere. I can't believe that little fucking weasel. That's the problem with young kids today. It's not like back in the old days when we were growing up. Back when you'd get a foot up your ass for this sort of stuff, you know? Yeah, Martin said. Despite that Martin was in his early 30s and Joey was at least in his mid-50s, sometimes it was easier to just agree with people. Joey got out of his chair. Anyway, enough of my bickering. You think something can be done before the breakfast rush? Martin glanced up at the clock on the wall. It was only 6 a.m. The hotel kitchen wasn't officially open until 7:30 a.m. He'd have to call in his big gun for this one. Yeah, I have the perfect guy for it. I just gotta call him on the walkie. Okay, great, Joey said, getting out of his chair. I'll meet you at the kitchen so you can check out the mess this prick left behind. As Joey headed out of the office, Martin heard him muttering, Can't believe it, and some more expletives. Once he was sure the kitchen manager was out of the room and down the hallway, Martin burst out laughing. It was an unfortunate thing that happened to him, but Joey's way of handling stress always amused Martin. Usually his reaction to situations was overdramatic with too many F-bombs, but once Martin would see the mess in the kitchen, he'd realize in this case his reaction was perfectly called for. Martin took the walkie-talkie that connected with the rest of the cleaning staff's walkies. He hit the button on the side. Hey, Ignacio, are you in yet? Yes, boss. The voice crackled through the speaker. Great. Can you meet me in my office? I have some extra work for you this morning. Yes, boss, was his response, as it always was. See this shit? Unbelievable, huh, Martin? Joey said, a hand on his hip. The two managers were standing between the fridges and the grill that made up the cooking area of the hotel kitchen. Towering behind them was the hotel janitor, Ignacio Calderon, a gargantuan man who was as wide as the two managers put together. Joey hadn't been exaggerating, as he sometimes was known to do. The young cook had left behind a big fuck you before quitting. Grease was splashed all over the area. It was on the counters, the floor, the crevices between the appliances, and so on. It was about 2 gallons of the stuff, and the worst part was that it had turned into a sticky, thick goo after cooling overnight. Yeah, I'm seeing it all right, Martin sympathized. Think your guy can do it? In an hour or so? Joey said, checking the watch on his wrist as if making sure that time hadn't suddenly jumped ahead. Martin turned to Ignacio. What do you think, big guy? Think you can do it in an hour? Ignacio didn't respond because his mind was elsewhere. The brown spots of grease were changing color before his eyes. First, a bright red, the color of roses maybe. But the spots got darker the longer he stared at them. Darker, 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 until they were crimson. The same shade of red as drying blood. Ignacio was no longer in the hotel kitchen. He was in Mexico now, in the house he grew up in until he was a teenager. His father was teaching him how to cook huevos con chorizo. Even though Ignacio was only 6 years old, he was already tall enough to tower over the stove. Arturo Calderon was standing behind him, his hand over Ignacio's hand, holding the spoon they were using to scramble the eggs. "Just like this, mijo," Arturo said, guiding his hand around the rim of the pan and bringing it straight down through the puddle of runny eggs. "Keep doing that over and over until it starts to get fluffy. ¿Entiendes?" Ignacio nodded. Arturo let his hand go and watched his son unsteadily make circles around the pan with the spoon. Ignacio kept looking over at him for approval. "Bien, bien," Arturo said, leaning against the countertop with his arms folded. "It's important you know how to cook eggs, Ignacio. They'll help you get stronger. You want to get stronger, don't you?" Ignacio could still feel his chin burning and pulsing from the punches the kid who beat him up at school had landed on him. They were going to turn into bruises tomorrow. He nodded to answer his father's question. Arturo clapped him on the shoulder and was about to say something else when Guicho Calderon, Arturo's younger brother, came charging into the room. He was dragging an older teenage boy by the arm. The kid's eyes were opened wide and wet with tears. "I finally caught the pendejo," Guicho said, forcing the kid into one of the metal chairs at the kitchen table. Ignacio knew who the kid was from seeing him around the village. His name was Christian Morales, nicknamed Canguro, because when he got into fistfights at school, he danced around like a kangaroo. Ignacio didn't know this because he was too young to know the extent of his father's business, but Canguro was one of Arturo's low-level drug dealers. Mostly he sold ecstasy to young adults outside of nightclubs and bars in downtown Veracruz. Nothing too serious. But still, Arturo wasn't named El Toro Macho, the Alpha Bull, for no reason. Whenever someone owed him money, as Canguro did, he made sure to make an example of him. Sir, I have some of your money. I got robbed," Canguro started, but Guicho slapped him on the back of the head to get him to shut up. "What are we going to do with him?" Guicho asked Arturo. "Same thing we always do. Put his head on the table." Arturo wasn't leaning against the countertop anymore. He was standing straight and reaching into his back pocket for the knife he always carried there. Ignacio watched his father's face transform from the one he knew, his fatherly face, so to speak, to the one he wore when handling business. It was almost like a dark shadow was cast over his father's face, and his eyes were about ready to shoot flames out of them. He looked over at Canguro, who must have noticed the same thing Ignacio did, because he was bawling now. In between sobs, Ignacio pieced enough words together to figure out that Canguro was begging to not be killed. And the look on his father's face, as scary as it was nothing compared to the face when Ignacio made a mistake and was about to get a whooping. Ignacio thought Canguro would have shit himself if he saw that face. Guicho did as he was told and slammed Canguro's head on the table. Canguro tried to turn his head, but he was too slow and his lip busted on impact. Guicho held his head down while the kid screamed and bled on the table. "Hey, Arturo, you think we should tell him to leave?" Guicho said, referring to Ignacio. Arturo looked over at him, almost as if he'd forgotten his son was there. He shook his head. "He's old enough by now." "He's 6, Guicho reminded him, and then immediately regretted challenging his brother when Arturo shot him an icy glare. "Shut up and worry about what I tell you," Arturo barked. Guicho didn't respond. He was too afraid to. Arturo took his knife out of the sheath, laid the sheath down on the counter behind him, and then went over to Canguro. "How much do you have on you?" I have 200 pesos, senor," Canguro answered through bloodied, quivering lips. "How much does he owe then?" Arturo asked Guicho. 350. "Listen here, Escuincle." Arturo grabbed Canguro by the top of his ear and pulled hard on it. The kid yelped. "If we catch you tomorrow and you don't have my money, I'm going to do more than pull on your ears, you understand?"
Yes, I'll have it, I promise.
"Shut up. Don't talk unless I tell you to," Arturo said with an edge to his voice. Kanguro nodded as much as he could underneath Guicho's pressure. He stopped crying at the thought of being let go harm-free. But he wasn't going to be. No one that owed El Toro Macho had ever been let go harm-free. That was how he got that nickname and reputation in the first place. With his free hand, Arturo reached down and grabbed Kanguro's wrist and slammed his hand on the table.
No, please,
Kanguro cried. "What did I tell you?"
You've come far in the story. Let this quiet melody carry you through a moment of peace. Thanks for being part of our audiobook family.
Tonight, I love it, baby, how your body feels right next to mine. All I wanna do is waste my time with you every single night. Alright, yeah. I love it, baby. Oh, you drive me crazy. I'll give it, baby. I love it, baby. Oh, you drive me crazy. Yeah, I'll give it, baby. 'Cause only you can drive me crazy. I love it, baby. Oh, you drive me crazy.
Arturo yelled. "Speak without permission again, and it'll go worse for you." Kanguro started to sob again, but fought the urge to plead for mercy. Arturo moved the pressure from his wrist to the middle of his hand, forcing Kanguro to splay his fingers out. Then he took the knife and started sawing his pinky finger off. Kanguro screamed like Ignacio had never heard anyone scream. Each slice, forward and backward on the finger, changed the pitch of his yell. It was like each motion was a different note, like his father was playing some sort of horrifying instrument. There was a pop as the knife sawed through the bone. It excited Ignacio. Excited him a lot. The knife finally went all the way through Kanguro's finger. Blood oozed out from both the detached finger and the wound on his hand, pooling on the surface of the table. "You get the message?" Arturo asked, grabbing him by the hair. Guicho had stepped back to give him room. Kanguro nodded.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Arturo threw him against the countertop, the one Ignacio was standing by, and he jumped back out of reflex. Kanguro's ribs hit against the edge, and he bounced off it dramatically and turned around to face what was coming next. At the same time, both his hands reached behind him to brace himself against the countertop. Ignacio watched his wounded hand smear blood onto the white countertop, with the fascination of a child watching an artist painting. Only this was touching a part of him he didn't know existed until now. He didn't have the words in his vocabulary then, or even now, but it was the morbidly curious part of him that was excited by the sight of the red blood. He looked over at the cut finger, still sitting on the kitchen table, and felt the same thing. He wanted to touch it. But when he looked at his father, he saw he was still wearing his business face. Arturo was pinning Kanguro against the counter, holding the blade up to his throat.
"What did I say about not talking? Do you think I'm fucking around, pendejo?"
Kanguro shook his head and closed his eyes tightly, squeezing fresh tears out of them.
"Good. Now remember, you'll get my money or I'll cut your ear off next," Arturo said. "You think the ladies are gonna want some payaso with one ear?"
Kanguro shook his head again.
"You have permission to speak now. What are you going to have tomorrow?"
Arturo asked him. The kid opened his eyes to look into Arturo's face, to see if the permission to speak wasn't some sort of trap. Then he saw Arturo getting irritated with his stalling and blurted out, "Your money, senor! I'll have your money!" "Good," Arturo said, letting go of the front of his shirt. Then to Guicho he said, "Get him out of my face." Guicho went over and hooked his arms under both of Kanguro's armpits, the way he dragged him in here, but this time Kanguro was going willingly. He was crying silently, which also was different. Ignacio watched Kanguro's bleeding hand continue to drip blood as he left the room with Uncle Guicho. The floor was checkered black and white, and the blood turned a dark purple when it stained the black. And yet, on the white, it was bright red. This was the first time Ignacio realized how beautiful blood was. "Ignacio, the eggs!" Arturo said. Ignacio snapped out of his trance and turned to the stove. The eggs were burning at the bottom, and smoke was rising out of the pan. Ignacio reached out for the spoon and did the twisting motion his father had just taught him. He looked over at Arturo to see if he was doing it right, and his father's face had lightened up. He was back to being his dad, teaching him how to cook breakfast, not the mean man who takes care of business. Ignacio was as fascinated with his father's ability to change faces as he was with the sight of the blood. He hoped to grow up to be like him one day and be able to wear many faces. "Hey, Ignacio, you okay?" Martin stepped closer to him and saw the man's eyes were glazed over, as if he were on some downer drug trip. If Ignacio wasn't so gargantuan, he would have snapped his fingers in front of him to try to get him back to earth. But no way was he going to risk pissing off a guy this big. He didn't even think him and Joey together could take this lug. Thankfully, Ignacio snapped himself out of whatever was going on. He shook his head and said, "Sorry, boss. Tired." "Yeah, I get it. It's early," Martin said, unconvinced. Joey, who had been growing impatient at the janitor's immobilization because they were pressed for time before the breakfast rush, repeated the question they were waiting for him to answer. "Well, big guy, think you can handle this?" "Yes," Ignacio finally answered. "Great," Joey said. "Come on, I'll show you where the slop sink is in the back." Chapter 6. Fred and Noel were at Twisted Treats, sitting on a bench and trying to get as much enjoyment from their ice cream cones as they could before the summer heat turned them into melted messes all over their hands and napkins. Fred was nervous to ask Noel to come camping with him, and this wasn't even the big question. But damn it, she looked cuter than ever in her Legend of Zelda stained glass pattern dress. She'd also done something with her hair, lightened it or something that made it almost look silver. If she said no, that meant Fred would be out in the woods doing dumb stuff with Gav, while Noel was hanging out at the dive bars down in the city, where all the guys that were slim and tall and dressed better than Fred hung out. One of them would surely catch her attention, or the other way around, whatever, and make moves on her. There's no way that wouldn't happen to a girl like Noel. Fred swallowed some of his Rocky Road ice cream while he worked up his courage. If he never asked, he'd never know what her answer would be. He cleared his throat and said, "Hey, Noel, I know this is kind of sudden, but you want to go camping this weekend?" She said, swallowing the lick of strawberry ice cream in her mouth. "Gav, you remember him." She smiled. How could anyone forget him? Yeah, of course. Now that he thought about it, the first time Noel met Gavin, he was hammered at some party. He was being a particularly big asshole that night by throwing limes at some people in the middle of a game of beer pong. Well, he planned some camping trip for the weekend. I know it's short notice and all. Let me check my schedule. With her free hand, she reached into her dress pocket, but when the hand came out, it was empty. Fred's eyebrows knitted in confusion. Noelle laughed and put her hand on his shoulder. It's summer, silly. Of course I'm free.
your friend going to be okay with me tagging along?
Gav? Oh, yeah, he'll be more than okay with it. Noel gave him a sideways glance, but didn't press him on what he meant. He wasn't about to tell her they already talked about her, and that it had actually been Gavin's idea to invite her. No reason for her to know about that at all.
This weekend, right?
Yeah, at some place called Lakewood Cabin. Supposedly the most secluded cabin in PA.
Ooh, how exciting,
Noelle giggled. Fred joined her by laughing. Then they talked a little bit more about the trip. The conversation lost its steam after a few minutes, and they sat back on the bench to finish their ice creams in silence. Watching the birds fly in the summer sky, feeling the golden sun touching their shoulders. They were glad that it was summer, glad to be alive, glad to be young, and thought it would be like this forever. Chapter 7. The 1997 Toyota Camry went through a narrow passage between two large oak trees and entered a clearing of trees. Pine cones and nuts littering the ground crunched underneath the tires as the car came to a rolling stop. Ignacio got out of the car. The car's suspension system squeaked in relief of his 300 pounds. He looked between the trees and saw that the sun was only halfway below the horizon. It was later than usual because of the kitchen cleanup job his boss needed him to do this morning, but there was at least an hour or two of sunlight left. Ignacio grabbed his gym bag from the back seat, slung it over his shoulder, and hurried home. Ignacio's home was a farmhouse in an abandoned campsite. The farmhouse had once belonged to the family that owned the camp, but those days were long gone. The place was Ignacio's now. And as far as he knew, no one knew this campsite existed. Which was good. He meant to keep it that way, too. That was why he parked the car far away, in case someone heard his car driving through the woods and followed him. He wouldn't lead them back to his home. It would be bad if someone found where he lived. They might ask questions. Ignacio didn't like being asked questions. In his bedroom, Ignacio changed into his hunting outfit, which was a camo vest and dark brown leather pants he made himself. The combination of these two colors made it so that if he was standing, he would blend in with the trees. If he was crouching, he would look like one of the bushes. Ignacio was tall and wide enough that both effects worked. He grabbed the sheathed machete hanging on one of the walls and slung it by the strap to his back. Then he went to the shoddy dresser next to his bed, and from the bottom drawer took out a butterfly knife. He slipped it into his back pocket, blade first so that the handle peeked out into the air, just like his father used to carry his knife. He was no toro macho, but this was the moment in preparing to go hunting when he felt most like him. But there was still one piece missing to his hunting outfit. Quite possibly the most important part of the whole thing. Ignacio went to the small closet, the one that always had its door closed until this moment, and threw it open. Inside the closet sat a rack of homemade masks, hanging from hooks like at a Halloween store. Only these weren't made of rubber, and they weren't representations of people's favorite trademarked characters either. These were leather masks made from the faces of his human victims. Ignacio had constructed them on a sewing machine himself. He learned how to sew by watching his mother make his luchador masks every Halloween. That was all Ignacio wanted to ever dress as. One year it might have been El Hijo del Santo, another year Blue Demon, and yet another Mil Mascaras. But it was always a luchador. In his childhood room, he used to hang these homemade luchador masks the way the leather masks hung in his closet now. He would put them on when no one was home and leap off the furniture, performing various moves he saw luchadors performing on the television. The highest point Ignacio had ever dared to jump off was the television set. He could still remember flying through the air elbow drop aimed at the pillow he put on the ground, imagining himself leaping off the wrestling ring turnbuckle at a flattened-out opponent. While he was going through the air, he'd come up with the name of his alternate persona, Varias Caras, many faces. It was a name that was fit for a luchador, but eventually became the name of the monster that lived inside of Ignacio. He grabbed one of the masks and slipped it on over his head. It was the face of Stephen Lang. The transformation was complete. He was ready to go hunting. Varias Caras was awake. It didn't take him long to find prey. Varias Caras watched the campers from behind a thicket of bushes. The man was bent over a pit trying to get a fire going, but the only thing that was burning was his temper from the frustration of not being able to start it. The woman he was with was by a picnic table, seasoning up some cuts of meat. Pork chops, maybe. Whatever it was, it made Ignacio's stomach grumble. Ignacio watched them a little longer. There was only one tent set up in the area, which meant it was likely just these two, but it was always important to make sure. That way, no one could sneak up on him while he was distracted. The couple continued to go on about their business. The man was cursing and throwing his arms aggressively through the air now. The woman kept looking over her shoulder, trying to soothe the man's temper with words of encouragement. Each time she turned her head, her eyes passed over the bushes Ignacio was hiding behind, but she was too oblivious to see him. The prey never noticed him until it was too late. Out here, campers felt safe. Ignacio wasn't sure why, especially since there were scary animals, but people always had their defenses down when they were out in the woods. It didn't occur to Ignacio that his heightened sense of hearing allowed him to realize all the danger lurking around in the wilderness better than anyone. His hearing was so sensitive, he could hear the heartbeats of large predators, such as bears and bobcats, miles away. The better part of that was that he could hear the heartbeats of prey, too. And right now, the young couple's heartbeats were at a steady, normal pace, but they would be thumping in his eardrums soon enough. Ignacio took the machete out of the sheath on his back and prepared himself for the loud sounds that came with killing. "We should have just gone to fucking Puerto Rico instead," Chad yelled out to Paige as he threw the piece of flint and stick into the fire pit. "This shit ain't working."
"I'll just YouTube a video and we'll figure it out," Paige said, wishing she could be more help. She was grateful her sister lent them the portable charcoal grill to cook up the pork chops. At least they'd be able to light that if they couldn't figure out how to get the fire going. "There's no service out here. How the hell are you going to pull up a video?" "Oh, I hadn't thought of that." Under his breath, Chad said, "Do you ever think of anything?" In that moment, he hated her. But really, it had nothing to do with her. He was just angry that he couldn't get the fire going. Chad stood up from the crouch and started for the cooler next to their tent. As he was going across the campground, out of the corner of his eye, he saw the bushes move. He looked over in that direction and saw a gargantuan man pop out from behind them. The object in the man's hand, his mind was so scrambled he couldn't discern what it was, glinted in the light. As he emerged out of the hiding spot, Ignacio took a back seat and let the monster take over. Varias Caras swung the machete through the air as he charged at Chad. Despite the danger, Chad was frozen in a state of disbelief. Varias Caras hacked his head clean off his shoulders with a single swipe. The head sprinkled blood all over the dirt as it soared over the campsite. Chad's decapitated body fell backward. Varias Caras shifted his focus over to the woman, who'd had enough time to figure out what was going on and started running. It did little good for her, though, as she blindly ran into the picnic table in front of her.
Paige tripped on one bench, flipped over the tabletop, and banged her head on the bench on the other side before hitting the ground. She tried to pick herself up, but her limbs were jelly, and she fell back to the ground. She started to crawl through the dirt, trying anything to get away, but it was futile. Varias Caras caught up to her and dropped a knee down into her back.
Please, no, don't kill me.
She tried to squirm from underneath him, but there was no give. It was like someone had just dropped a piano on her. Varias Caras grabbed her head with both hands and in a quick motion broke her neck. Her head was turned all the way around so that the girl would have been looking up at him if she weren't dead. He looked at her face for a second. She was pretty, but she wouldn't make a good mask. Her face was too small, and the skin was too soft. Even as leather, it would rip if he tried to squeeze his head into her face. She'd be good for food, though. He got off her and looked around again, making sure one last time that it was indeed just those two here. After a quick 360 sweep of the area, he was reassured. He picked up the girl and put her on his shoulder. Later he would return for the guy's body and dismantle their entire camp setup. Tent, coolers, bags, all that. Their SUV he would drive deeper into the woods where no one would find it, or to a nearby body of water where he would put it in neutral and then roll the vehicle into it, effectively erasing any traces of Chad Richardson and Paige Silver ever having been out here camping in these woods. Of course, their families would eventually file missing person reports with the local police, but what good would that do? By then, Ignacio would have already started to eat them. Chapter 8. The barn door opened, and the afternoon light came pouring in, waking Nadine. She sat up, blinking against the sudden brightness straining her eyes. Her eyes adjusted after a second or two, and she was able to make out the blobs of colors coming towards her as her captor. He was pushing a wheelbarrow, with two bodies piled on it. They were both naked, well-toned, young-looking, mid-20s if she had to guess, and covered in blood. This didn't shock or scare her anymore. After a few dozen times of watching her captor bring dead bodies into the barn, she'd become desensitized to seeing murder victims. When that had happened, when dead bodies no longer repulsed her, no longer made her stomach queasy, she'd accepted this barn as her new reality. She was sure of two things. She'd never see the outside world again except for when her captor opened the barn door, and she would die here. Varias Caras stopped with the wheelbarrow in front of her. Nadine saw one body was headless. The one stacked on top of it wasn't, but the head was twisted around facing the wrong way.
Good morning, mi hermosa,
he said to her. Good morning, my lovely. That was one of the ways he greeted her. Sometimes he called her beautiful, sometimes precious. There was a sick satisfaction to hearing those terms of endearments. They made her feel good despite that they were coming from a person she hated, but he was the only human contact she'd had in however long it was since she'd first woken up here. Hearing those words and still being able to understand them were the only things that kept her from losing her grip on the last shreds of her humanity she was holding on to. Varias Caras bent down and planted a kiss on her forehead. His lips felt like warm, raw sausages against her skin. She shivered and thought about pulling away any time he did this, but she was afraid of how he'd react. She didn't really have the energy to do it anyway.
I have food,
he said, glancing at the dead bodies with a satisfied smile. Then he glanced over at the trough of beans and frowned at seeing it was almost empty.
I bring food for you later, okay?
Nadine nodded.
Have work to do first,
Varias Caras told her, tilting the wheelbarrow forward slightly. He started for another room in the barn, one that was located behind the wall Nadine was chained to. It was the room she'd come to think of as the butcher room, because it was where he took the bodies of his victims to cut into pieces. He would emerge from that room with Ziplocs stuffed with cleaned, trimmed raw meat. If she didn't know any better, she would have assumed it was pieces of chicken or pork or maybe some wild bird. But she did know better, and she didn't need to ever see inside the room to know that that was where he turned the humans he killed into the cuts of meat he cooked. Nadine had no choice but to listen to the sound of a butcher knife slamming against a wooden surface in the other room. Occasionally, clumps of meat would hit the ground with wet thuds. Bones would crack as they were pulled apart from each other. A trash bag would rustle as unwanted parts of the bodies were thrown in it. Meanwhile, Nadine reluctantly pictured what was happening in the butcher room, and she wanted to cry, but there was no spirit left in her broken soul to do so. Chapter 9. The Green Lizard was a pretty standard small-town bar. Most of the place was taken up by a wooden bar with stools in front of it. Small tables with silver napkin holders and condiment containers on them were crammed against the walls, and more stools sat on either side of them. There was a colorful jukebox that lit up purple, blue, red, yellow, and orange all night long that didn't see any action until later at night, when the patrons were drunk, or close to drunk, and they wanted to sing along with Sweet Home Alabama, or sway to Journey's Don't Stop Believing. Luckily, it was too early in the night for the scene to turn into that, and there were only 3 patrons in the bar when Molly and Emerald came in. The most raucous person in there was a short man in plumber's overalls. A big, shiny wrench hung from the side of his utility belt in comical fashion, and he was throwing his hands through the air as he complained to the bartender about his workday. Opposite the plumber was a burly old man who was staring through the glass of dark beer in front of him. He looked like he wouldn't bat an eyelid if you waved your hand between his gaze and his drink. The man Molly and Emerald were looking for was at a corner table sitting underneath a row of framed Beatles records hanging on the wall. The 2 of them must have stuck out as outsiders because Harold Buckley immediately waved to them. Molly couldn't help but notice the fingerless gloves the man was wearing. "Hey there, folks," the lanky bartender greeted them. He seemed to be relieved at the temporary distraction from the plumber's ear beating. "Can I grab you something to drink?" Emerald shook his head. "No, thank you. We're here to meet somebody." "Sure," the bartender said. "Go right ahead. If you need anything, I'm here all night." "Thank you," Molly said. They both went over to the table where Harold Buckley was sitting with a cold beer and a plate of cheese fries in front of him. Besides the leather gloves, Harold wore a wrinkled shirt with a faded Dr. Pepper logo on it. His shaggy hair was a disheveled mess on his head, and he reeked of marijuana. "Hey, are you the ones who were looking for me last night?" Harold asked, smiling at them. Apparently the bartender had told Harold about the phone call Emerald had made last night. "Yes," Emerald said, sticking his hand out to him. "My name is Emerald Dantes." Harold shook his hand. "Harold Buckley." Molly and Harold shook hands and introduced themselves. Then Emerald and Molly sat on the stools across from him. "What can I do for you?" Harold said, picking up a cheese fry and munching on it. "We're paranormal investigators doing research in the area," Emerald said, cutting to the chase. "We'd like to ask you some questions." "Whoa!" Harold dropped the half-bitten French fry on his plate and sat up. He looked over at Molly, then back to Emerald. This was like a dream come true for a conspiracy theorist like him. "Seriously?" "Yes," Emerald said. "Seriously." "That's rad." Harold shook his head to recenter himself, then said, "Well, what are you researching exactly?" "The disappearances that happen in the woods around here." Emerald left it vague on purpose, to see what he would volunteer. "Ah," Harold said, grinning from ear to ear. It was rare that he ever had these kinds of conversations outside of the internet forums he frequented. Most people in real life lost interest in these sorts of topics quickly. Either that or feigned interest out of courtesy, which was just as much of a bummer. You want to know about Camp Slaughter. Camp what? Emerald wasn't pretending here. He didn't know what he was talking about. Camp Slaughter, Harold repeated.
Hold on.
It was Molly who interjected.
Harold, do you mind if I record this?
Like video?
Yeah, Molly said. For a film we're doing on our investigation.
Someone pinch me, Harold laughed. What? Emerald said again. Harold laughed harder. Nothing. Just, wow. I can't believe I'm going to be in a film about Camp Slaughter. Molly took that statement as his agreement to being recorded and took her cell phone out. It was easier to do these types of interviews from her phone rather than with her camera, even if the quality wasn't as good, because the camera attracted too much attention in public places like bars. Using the camera would mean she'd have to edit out all the distractions of curious passerby asking what they were doing or if they were making a movie to turn the recording into a seamless interview. The phone was more discreet and less interesting to those not involved. It was okay, though, because sometimes the spliced-in low-res scenes added to the atmosphere of the documentary. Molly pulled the plastic stand on the back of her phone case and pointed the camera at Harold. You already recording? He asked, running a hand through his messy hair.
Yeah,
she said, moving the phone to get him more centered into the frame.
Okay, go ahead. You guys can continue.
Emerald said. Let's back up a little for the sake of the camera and introduce yourself. Harold's grin somehow grew. My name is Harold Buckley. I'm 34 years old. I work at a mechanic repair shop. I have no kids. I own a dog, a mutt, some sort of bulldog mix, I think. I'm really into conspiracies and scrimshaw. Okay, Mr. Buckley. That's quite fascinating, but more than enough for an introduction, Emerald said, giving him a fake smile. Harold fidgeted in his seat and let out a nervous chuckle. Okay, sorry. That was a joke, by the way, the scrimshaw bit. I don't actually do that. Right, Emerald said. Try to act natural, Mr. Buckley. Pretend the camera isn't even there. We can cut out any flubs or stumbles, so there's no pressure. Sorry, he apologized again, then fixed the glasses on his face. Not every day you get to be in a movie, you know.
We know, Molly said.
You were telling us about a camp something or other before we started filming? Emerald reminded him. Ah, yes. And bringing the topic back to conspiracies seemed to be the key to Harold relaxing. You said you were investigating the people who go missing in the woods, right? Yes. The word is that those people have all found a place in the woods called Camp Slaughter. It's supposedly a campsite that's haunted by malevolent spirits, and anyone who gets near it is killed by the ghosts. Have you ever seen this so-called Camp Slaughter yourself? Harold shook his head. Heck no. The woods give me the heebie-jeebies. I've just done extensive research on the place from behind my keyboard. Safer that way, right? So, is this Camp Slaughter place real? Who knows? No one's gotten pictures of it, or if they have, they didn't live to share them. Harold ran one gloved hand through his hair again. But it doesn't matter. Why's that? Because I don't think it's ghosts or anything goofy like that out there. In Emerald's mind, Harold Buckley had just graduated from whack job to a potential legitimate source. What do you mean by that, Mr. Buckley? Oh, ho, ho! Are your pants on tight, chums? Sure, Emerald said, questioning his own judgment for the moment. "I think the ghost stuff is a load of bunk. I think what actually happens is that there's some cannibal out there, maybe even a whole family, that kills these people in the woods for food." "What leads you to think that?" Emerald asked. "Remember how I said there's no pictures of camp slaughter?" "Yes," Emerald said, a tad annoyed, considering the man had just said that a few seconds ago. "That's not quite entirely true." Harold reached into the pocket of his dingy chino pants and pulled out his massive cell phone. He tapped a few buttons on the screen, then held it out to them. The picture on the phone made their stomachs lurch, and glad they hadn't eaten dinner yet. They were looking at a blurry picture of a necklace made of human ears dangling up high on a tree.
"Holy shit," Molly said. "Are those human ears?"
"Ding, ding, ding," Harold said, pointing at her. "Someone posted this picture anonymously online. No one has any idea who the source is." "How can you be sure that this is even in the woods around here?" Emerald asked, folding his arms across his chest. "I guess you never can be, but this picture was uploaded in an album with pictures from woods that are clearly the ones around here. There are multiple pictures of Willow Lake and the cliff where Hawksview Trail ends. Those were two landmarks that Andy Cameron had also brought up when he thought Emerald and Molly were trying to rent out his cabin for a summer vacation. This strange character seemed to be more and more promising by the second. "Pretty freaky, huh?" Harold said, putting the phone down. "What's this have to do with the Camp Slaughter place?" "Oh!" Harold smacked himself on the forehead. The leather from the gloves muffled the sound some. "I almost forgot." He pinched his fingers over the phone screen to zoom in on the picture, then turned the phone over to them. "See those blurry, squarish things in the back? People online debate for hours whether those pixels are cabins or not. Of course, the ones who think they're cabins also think that's Camp Slaughter back there." Emerald nodded. "Fascinating." "Indeed it is," Harold said. "A campsite with stories of ghosts and evidence of cannibalism happening near it." Emerald said this more to himself, but the next question was very much directed at Harold Buckley. "Tell me, which do you think is more likely?" Harold stuck the phone back in his pocket and grinned from ear to ear. "Come on, Mr. Dantes. You're the paranormal investigator. You know which one I would bet on to be true."
"For the camera," Molly said to him. "Can you say which one you think is more likely for the camera?"
"Sure," Harold said, and looked right into the iPhone's camera lens when he said, "Methinks there's some human eating human out there." Emerald didn't respond, but he agreed with Harold Buckley, and something told him Molly did too. But she didn't say anything either. This interview turned out to be more informative than they thought it would have been, and there was a lot for them to process. A lot to chew on, if you will. Chapter 10. "Whatever! I don't give a flying fuck!" Wayne Briggs screamed into his Xbox headset. The friends he was playing Fortnite with laughed at his outburst, so he took the headphones off and slammed them on the floor. "You guys are a bunch of virgin pussies anyway." In the game sphere, it didn't matter that Wayne himself was a virgin too. An insult was an insult. Today was an off day. Usually he was pretty good at the game, but he found himself at the receiving end of multiple kill streaks for the last hour or so, and his friends had been letting him know that he sucked relentlessly. Whatever. Wayne was getting bored of the game anyway, considering he'd been playing it non-stop since school let out. The only breaks he'd taken were to eat, hit the bathroom, watch some Twitch, or to masturbate. As a result, his room smelled like farts, used socks, and whatever microwavable meals he was gorging on that day. It was only a matter of time until the scent would travel out into the corridor, and his parents or Gavin would yell at him to clean his room. Until then, fuck cleaning, he thought. It was summer. Now that he had his headset off, he could hear his brother talking on the phone down the hallway in his own room. Wayne couldn't make out the words exactly, but the tone of what he was saying was upbeat. He tiptoed, though he wasn't sure why, across the room and slowly opened the door. He stuck his head out in the hallway to better hear what his brother was saying. "Yeah, bro. Tomorrow at 9 a.m. There was a pause as Gavin waited for a reply from the other end. "It's about an 8-hour drive." More pause. "Yeah, that's why it's billed as the most secluded cabin in Pennsylvania, numbnuts." Gavin laughed. Wayne wasn't sure who he was talking to, but from the sound of it, he had some sort of trip planned for tomorrow. An idea popped into his head, and he ducked his head back into his room and ran to his bed where his cell phone was. It was 11 at night here, which meant it was 9 in Cabo where his parents were on vacation. They'd still be up. Even old people stayed up past 9 when they were on vacation. Wayne dialed his mom and prepared his best good boy voice. "Brooke is bringing her friend Vanessa. She's some Instagram model or something. And her cousin." Gavin raised his eyebrows, even though there wasn't anyone around to see it. A lot of his antics, although others might have had a hard time believing, were for his own amusement. Gavin had taken his phone call down to the kitchen, where he was currently going through the freezer for something that would make a good late-night snack. He settled on one of the frozen pizzas, took it out of the box, and popped it in the oven. "Like I told you, Fredster, I got the chicks covered," he said, settling into one of the chairs and kicking his legs up on the kitchen table. "That's cool and all, but Noelle is coming," Fred told him. "Wait, what? She is?" "Yeah, I didn't tell you?" "No, I mean, it doesn't make a difference, but I bugged Brooke to bring friends." "I wouldn't have been such an annoying prick about it." Gavin laughed. "You took the words right out of my mouth." "Seriously, though," Fred said, "the more the merrier, right?" "Bigger party. I like how you think," Gavin smiled. Fred was thinking more along the lines of, the more people there were, the more everyone would be distracted and he and Noelle could have more one-on-one time. He didn't tell Gavin this. Instead, he just said, "Yeah, that's the whole point of this trip, isn't it?" "Oh yeah," Gavin agreed. "Okay, man. I'm gonna let you go. I'm tired." Gavin looked at the time on the front of the oven. It was pretty late, but he had to wait for that pizza to finish cooking and then eat it all before going to sleep. "Okay, yeah. See you tomorrow." Fred got off the phone with Gavin after making sure for the 4th time this week that the plans hadn't changed. They'd meet up at his place at 8:30 to be on the road by 9 in the morning, just as they'd agreed before. But with Gavin, one could never be too sure. Fred opened up his laptop and plugged it into the printer on his desk. He put himself in charge of the printout directions to the cabin because he trusted himself with the task more than he trusted Gav. He'd said he'd had them already, but again, one could never be too sure with him. After going into Google Maps and printing out multi-page packets of directions, Fred decided to do a little more research into this place. He hadn't looked at anything since the night he opened the link to show Fletcher, because as it turned out, he'd picked up extra hours at the computer shop. The only day he'd had off he spent with Noelle and helping his father with yard work and fixing up the back deck to get it ready for summer barbecues. There'd been no time for him to look into this Lakewood cabin place until now. It was the night before their trip, but whatever. Better than not looking into it at all. He glanced at the first 5 results on Google. It was generic information on the cabin, trails around the area, maps to print out, activity suggestions, and so on. Fred scrolled down and hit the next page. The headline of the first article at the top caught his attention. Couple never returns from most secluded cabin in PA. Fred scanned the preview of the article to make sure it was about the same cabin. It was. Holy shit, Fred whisper-screamed, because it was late at night and his parents were asleep in the next room. Before he could click the article open, his phone buzzed. Noelle was calling. Fred closed the laptop and picked up the phone. Hey, what's up? He crossed his fingers, hoping she wasn't canceling on him.
Hey, not much, she said. Sorry I called so late. I just can't sleep.
That's okay, me either, Fred said, and chortled into the phone. He felt his face flare red with embarrassment. For some reason, he always found talking to girls on the phone more nerve-wracking than in real life.
You guys still picking me up at 8?
She asked. Fletcher had volunteered to drive his Jeep up to the cabin, and he was going to pick Fred and Noelle up before they swung over to meet with the rest of the group at Gav's place. It didn't make too much sense, considering they'd have to drive past the turnpike exit to get to Gavin's neighborhood, but Gavin insisted on this, so no one wanted to argue with him. Yeah, Fred said. I actually just got off the phone with Gav about it. We're sticking to the plan as of right now. Noelle laughed.
What does that mean?
Oh, I won't be surprised if Gav doesn't wake up before 9. Fred let out a short chuckle, grateful that this one came out much more naturally than the last.
Well, if anything changes, let me know. I'll probably be up all night.
You have insomnia or something? He meant it as a joke, but Noelle's response came out flat, suggesting it wasn't her going along with the joke.
Something like that, I guess.
Oh, shit. That sucks. Sorry.
It's all right.
She laughed to try to lighten the mood. You excited about the camping trip? Fred asked her, hoping a change of topic would erase his stupid blunder of a joke.
Yeah, I haven't been camping in a good while, not since I went with my sister 2 years ago.
Fred knew all about Noelle's younger sister, and how she died in a car accident 2 winters ago. It was an accident that involved both of them that only Noelle survived. That was all he knew, but it was enough info to darken the mood of the phone call. He swallowed, more nervous to talk to a girl on the phone than ever. Well, hopefully you have fun on the trip.
I hope so too.
After a few seconds of silence, she added, I'm sure I will. I'll try to make it fun for you.
Thanks,
she said, and then yawned. You should try to get some sleep, he suggested.
That's probably a good idea,
she said.
See you tomorrow?
Bright and early, Fred said, giving her an exaggerated groan. He was glad the conversation was out of delicate territory.
All right. Good night,
she said. Good night, Noelle. The call ended, and Fred immediately realized how exhausted he was. He locked his phone screen and shoved the laptop into the corner of his desk, then went to the bathroom to prepare to go to sleep. When he was done with that, he collapsed into the bed and fell right asleep. The article of the missing couple at Lakewood Cabin wouldn't cross his mind again, not until he saw just how secluded the woods they were going into were. Chapter 11. Noelle laid in bed, wide awake. The last time she looked at the clock, it was 2 a.m. It had been 2 hours since she spoke to Fred on the phone, and she hadn't even gotten a wink of sleep. The anxiety, it wasn't insomnia, as Fred Myers had suggested, wouldn't let her mind rest. She couldn't stop thinking about Rachel. Noelle hadn't meant to bring her up and make the conversation with Fred awkward, but her damn anxiety sometimes took over her mind. The tidbit about the last time she'd gone camping, being with her little sister, had flown out of her mouth before she realized she was saying it. And once it had been out there was no taking it back. Noelle turned to her side. It was a more comfortable position, but she still wasn't going to be able to fall asleep. Not until the anxiety ceased. But before that would happen, the hallucinations would have to begin and end. They started 15 minutes later. Rachel was leaning by the window, the one with the blinds always open because Noelle enjoyed seeing the sunlight cutting through the room first thing in the morning. Rachel's skin glowed, and Noelle wasn't sure if it was from the street lamp outside the house or a part of the hallucination. Noelle was very much aware that it wasn't her little sister in the room, and it wasn't a ghost either. This was her mind tricking her into seeing a physical manifestation of the guilt she still held on to in the form of her 16-year-old sister. At least, that's what the psychologist told her. Just because she was aware of that, it didn't make seeing Rachel feel any less real.
"About time you come to see me again,"
Noelle whispered, aware that if her parents heard her speaking to her hallucinations in the middle of the night, they would start to worry even more about her mental state. Rachel looked away from the window, and Noelle almost jumped off the bed. The skin on the right side of her face was hanging off, revealing all the veins and tendons underneath it. The hallucinations always came with injuries. Sometimes the one her sister actually sustained during the accident, sometimes fictionalized. But by now, Noelle couldn't remember which were which anymore.
"What? Do I have something on my face?"
Rachel said. The part of her face that was still intact smiled. Noelle shook her head.
"No, Rach. You look fine. You look beautiful."
Rachel grabbed the edges of her beige dress and did a small curtsy.
"Thanks. Remember this dress? It was yours."
Tears filled Noelle's eyes, but she was smiling. She nodded. Of course she remembered. She let her sister wear the dress on her first day of high school, after years of Rachel begging her to let her wear it to the mall. She was convinced that it would complement her skin well, and she'd been right. Even back then, Rachel was always the more fashionable of the two. Rachel crossed the room and lied down on the bed next to Noelle, her good side up. She swiped a thin finger under Noelle's eye to clear the tear away.
"Don't you have to be up early tomorrow?" "I do, but you're here, and I miss you. I miss you every day, Rach." "I miss you too, but you'll be miserable in the morning if you don't get some sleep. Like that one time before school when we were fighting for the bathroom and you chucked a hairbrush at my face."
Rachel laughed. It was soft and almost wheezy, just like it had been in real life. The hallucinations got even that right.
"Didn't you get a black eye from that? Yup, you big jerk."
She laughed again.
"I don't think I ever apologized for that."
Noelle's eyes dropped down to the mattress.
"That's okay."
Rachel put her hand on Noelle's shoulder and guided her to lay down flat.
"You don't have to. There's so much."
Noelle was flat on her side again.
"Rachel, there's so much I should have said to you before the accident." "Don't worry about it, Noelle. Everything's fine."
Rachel touched her cheek. Her hand was soft and small.
"Just sleep, okay, sister? Sleep and everything will be A-okay. You promise?"
Noelle asked, feeling like she was the younger sister. Rachel nodded.
"I promise."
Noelle closed her eyes and said,
"I love you, Rachel."
She couldn't hallucinate that her sister said it back to her, because a second later she was fast asleep. Chapter 12.
"Did you sleep on it?"
Molly said, sitting down in a chair in front of Emerald. They were in the hotel cafe, sitting by the window, A few of the people walking by on the sidewalk glanced a little too long at them as they tried to figure out what their relationship was. Some thought they were a father-daughter duo, while others probably thought Emerald was a rich old man who scored a much younger woman. Both were wrong, of course, because they were nothing more than business partners. Emerald closed his laptop and put it to the side. I stayed up researching these Camp Slaughter rumors.
And?
Molly said, making a mental note of him not answering her question and to ask it again if he didn't come around to it. There are others besides Mr. Buckley who think the cannibal story might be true, Emerald said.
Okay, well, what are you thinking, Emerald?
He tapped his fingers on the table. The vibrations caused the black coffee in the mug in front of him to ripple. I think we've got an even more interesting film on our hands than we thought. Molly leaned back in the chair, realizing for the first time what she'd been hoping his answer would have been. They'd started out venturing to this small Pennsylvania town, thinking they were making a documentary about haunted woods. But after their meeting with Harold Buckley, even Molly, who was the skeptic in the pair, was thinking this was all too coincidental. Something strange was indeed going on in the woods around here, evidenced by the pages of research Emerald had shown her when first proposing the idea for the movie. And if she had to gamble on the truth of the matter, she and Harold Buckley would be betting on the same horse. The thought that they were going into some sort of cannibalistic death trap made her uneasy. It almost made her want to tell him that they didn't get paid enough for this shit, which was true, and walk away from the project. But she couldn't do that to Emerald. They were business partners, and on some level even friends. You're thinking something, Emerald said, picking up on her discomfort.
It's just, well, the cannibal stuff, the ears and all that. What if we're jumping onto a cannibal's dinner plate?
Emerald smiled. You have a way with words.
Seriously, Emerald.
I'm serious too. You have a funny way with words.
Are you going to address what I said or keep dodging?
Every movie we've done before took us somewhere dangerous. If Bigfoot didn't get us in the Pacific Northwest, there were plenty of known predators that could have gotten us.
That's different.
Why's that? Emerald challenged.
Because the chances of Bigfoot getting us, to borrow your phrase, are nil. And the wild animals are a threat people have been dealing with for years.
You're saying there's a higher chance that the cannibal stuff is real than not.
I'm saying that cannibals have existed in human history, but humans haven't been in contact with enough to know the proper way to fend them off.
Emerald took in a deep breath. At the same time, he took his chauffeur hat off and wiped his brow with it. Sometimes I forget you're not a believer. That statement, coming from anyone else, would have made Molly laugh.
I'm just saying, Emerald, the danger seems more plausible out there than anywhere else we've investigated.
I understand, Emerald said. There was a pause between them. Emerald picked his coffee mug up and took a sip to fill in the silence. So, he said, swallowing the coffee, you don't want to do the movie.
I'll do it,
Molly said.
I'm just airing out my concerns to you.
Sure. Feel free to any time, he said, nodding. Molly felt like there was something he wanted to say but hadn't yet. Or maybe wouldn't say was the right way of putting it. Either way, she felt like there was a gap in the conversation that hadn't been closed. Emerald opened the laptop and made a circle over the trackpad with his finger to wake it. Besides the research, I've been communicating with our pal Harold Buckley. He turned the laptop to face Molly. Gmail was opened on the screen with a chain of emails between the two of them. The last message that Harold sent to Emerald was the one that caught her eye. From thelivingtribunal87@hotmail.com. I've got some possible locations of where the camp is. Let me know if you're interested. $150. The idea is, if those pictures of the ear necklace are real, then the location of the campsite would lead us to the cannibal's hideout.
Right, Molly said, but that's quite a steep price he's asking for, especially if his maps lead us to nowhere.
Indeed, Emerald said. We'll take it out of my royalties. Molly saw the gleam in Emerald's eyes. The man wanted to find this cannibal hideout. All of the movies they'd made before turned out to be debunking the myths of the area, but this one he felt was a winner. Because somewhere deep down inside, maybe in the deepest recesses of his heart, Emerald didn't believe in this paranormal stuff. But this one had a possibility. This was the Moby Dick he'd been chasing. If they could uncover some cannibal's lair out in the woods, all the time he'd spent chasing ghosts and aliens would be vindicated in one moment. This means more to him than the $150 or $250, counting what he'd paid Andy Cameron, which in the grand scheme of things wouldn't mean anything if they found the cannibal hideout.
All right, Emerald, Molly said, fidgeting in her seat. Get the maps from him. Let's find out what's really out there.
Chapter 13. Gavin was waiting for them at the front of the house when Fletcher pulled the Jeep up to the curb of the cul-de-sac. He had an expression like someone had just thrown sweaty socks in his face. "What's wrong with you?" Fred asked through the open passenger window. "Got bad news," Gavin said, shaking his head. There was a collective sense of worry from the three kids in the vehicle, thinking it had something to do with the cabin rental and their trip was off. "What?" Fred finally asked. Gavin leaned against the car and crossed his arms. "I gotta bring my little brother with me. He called my mom last night. My parents are down in Mexico, and he gave them some sob story about how he's going to get lonely all by himself in the house. So now they're making me take him." Another collective feeling went through the Jeep, this one of relief that it wasn't anything serious. Fred looked over at Fletcher and rolled his eyes. "So what? What's the big deal?" Fletcher said, grinning. "He's annoying," Gavin spat. "What else? You get a hangnail or something?" Fred said. Fletcher and Noel laughed, and even Gavin's scowl disappeared from his face. He got off the car and glanced at Noel in the back seat. No. It's that Brooke's cousin is a guy. Dalton. His name is Dalton, like from Roadhouse." "Oh, God," Fred said, throwing his hands up in frustration. "Gav, are you guys ready to leave or what?" Gavin ignored his question and barreled through with the point he was trying to make. "Glad you're here, Noel. Otherwise, we'd be taking too many sausages to this party."
"Well, nice to see you too, Gavin,"
Noel said. "Let's stop wasting time," Fred complained. "We have a long drive." All right, Gavin said. "But hey, Fletch, can you do me a favor?" "Yeah, what's up?" "Can you take Wayne with you?" Fletcher shrugged. "Sure." "Sweet, thanks. I don't need his ass in the same car as me for the next 8 hours. Funnily enough, Fred was thinking the same thing about Gavin. At least Gavin's little brother, who was only 14, had an excuse for his immaturity. "Any of you want to come inside, hit the bathroom or anything?" They shook their heads no. "We're good," Fletcher told him. "All right. Well, we're all packed and loaded, so I just got to round everyone up. Then we're off to the cabin." Gavin slapped the side of the Jeep and started for the house. Halfway up the driveway, he turned around, threw his arms up in the air, and yelled, "Get excited, fuckers!" Fred hoped the 8-hour drive would sap him of some of his energy, but knew that probably wouldn't be the case. 4 hours later, they were stopped at a gas station built on a hill that overlooked the vast wilderness surrounding them. They'd left behind the suburbs 3 hours ago for farmland, and left the farmland behind for woods an hour after that. Every now and then, they would drive by a small town or a remote house, but even those were being left behind the closer they got to Lakewood Cabin. Fred stared out at the seemingly endless wilderness. Every cliff, valley, and hill he could see was covered with trees that had little to no separation between them. It was all so dense that if someone was down there and waving for help, he wasn't sure he'd be able to see them. The gas pump clicked, announcing that it was done filling up the Jeep's tank, but he still couldn't take his eyes off the beautiful landscape. Gavin clapped him on the shoulder, startling him, and made him spin around. "Fletch put you on gas attendant duty?" Gavin asked. "I guess so," Fred laughed. "He's inside getting extra snacks." Gavin looked over at where the girls were taking pictures for Vanessa's Instagram, using some of the scenery that Fred had been appreciating a moment ago for the background, and said, "Man, Noelle's looking fine as wine with that hair. No wonder you're so into her." "Ugh, dude, come on. Don't fuck this up for me by being all weird and aggressive," Fred pleaded. I won't. I'll be chill, man." Gavin clapped him on the shoulder again. "For real though, Fredster? I'm glad you came. It wouldn't have been the same without you." Fred caught the slurring at the end of his last sentence. "Gav, have you been drinking?" Gavin put an index finger up to his lips. "Shh. They don't know. They think it's just Pepsi in my cup." "Jesus, dude." "What?" Gavin stood straight. "I'm not drunk or anything, just feeling good. It's not like there are any cars on the road all the way out here." "I don't care. It's still dangerous. And we're on the road with you, dummy." Okay, fine. I'll ask Brooke to take the wheel, all right?" Fred scanned his face to see if he was telling the truth or not. He knew him well enough to know when he wasn't. Usually a flicker in his eyes gave him away, but this time he wasn't lying. Before they could say anything more, Wayne yelled out from the pump in front of them that the Honda was done being filled up. "Put the pump back in its place and put the receipt on the car seat," Gavin called to him. "Then go into the store and get me a Gatorade." Are you serious?" Wayne asked, crossing his arms. "Yeah, shithead. Now hurry, I'm thirsty." "Fine," Wayne said, then started putting the pump back in its place. As punishment for making their mom bring him, Wayne had to do everything Gavin told him to do, or else he wouldn't let him drink on the trip. Wayne wasn't entirely sure if his brother would hold up his end of the bargain, but for now, he was playing along. He'd be pissed if his brother snubbed him, but if he didn't, the payoff would be huge. He'd get to brag to his friends, both on Xbox and in school, that he got to drink beer and hang out with hot college girls in the woods over the summer. Shit, if he got lucky enough, he might even get to see a pair of boobs. That was the only reason Wayne decided not to make a bigger fuss and headed into the store. "Idiot forgot the receipt," Gavin said, watching the receipt flap in the wind. Then to Fred he said, "Don't be mad at me for drinking and driving. You know I'm always screwing things up." "It's all right," Fred said. "It's cool, man. Don't get all sentimental on me." Gavin let out a chortle before starting back to his car. "I'll kick your ass if you tell anyone I got like this. There's something in the air out here that's got me acting funny." They laughed at this, then Gavin was at the other pump, taking the receipt and complaining about how much it had cost to fill up the tank. Fred turned his attention back to the valleys and mountains in the distance. Gavin was right. There sure was something different in the air out here. Something that told him they were part of a small number of people who'd ever ventured this far into the wilderness. Noelle and the other two girls were returning from their impromptu photo shoot, so Fred brushed these thoughts away, straightened up, and tried to act normal. But it was hard to do, especially since the headline about the missing couple popped up into his head. Couple never returns from most secluded cabin in PA. Chapter 14.
8, 6, 5, 8.
Ignacio had to say the combination out loud. It was the only way he could put it into the lock correctly. His brain didn't work like other people's. It never had. He opened the locker and stripped out of his coveralls. They smelled, so he set them on the bench behind him and grabbed his gym bag from the locker. Ignacio took his regular clothes out from the bag. Today, his regular clothes were a beige shirt and his homemade leather pants. They were the same ones he'd worn when he hunted the young couple in the woods the other day. Ignacio slipped them on. As he was putting on his shirt, there was a knock on the door. Martin Barber, the man whose name Ignacio couldn't remember but knew as the boss, opened the door and came into the room carrying an envelope in his hand. "Hey there, Ignacio. How was work?" Martin asked. Ignacio didn't say anything, just nodded to let the boss know it was good. "Great," Martin said, then extended the envelope out to him. "You weren't going to leave without taking this, were you?" Ignacio grabbed the envelope.
Yes, I forgot.
"That's okay," the boss smiled, showing white teeth underneath a blonde mustache. "Glad I caught you before you left. Joey said to thank you again for the help."
Joey?
Ignacio thought he'd asked the question under his breath to himself, but realized he hadn't when the boss answered it. "Yeah, the cafeteria manager, remember? You cleaned the kitchen for him the other day?"
Yes,
Ignacio said. "He was quite impressed. Said you left that place spotless." Ignacio nodded.
yes.
"Well, Ignacio, I better get going." Martin started heading for the door. "Taking the family up to the mountains this weekend. You have any plans?" Ignacio nodded.
Party for my mama.
"Oh," Martin said, taken by surprise, because up until now, he had no idea the man had family. Actually, he didn't really know anything about the guy except that he was a hard worker. "That sounds exciting. Lots of people coming?" More thinking. Then he said,
Yes, lots of people. Mama likes people.
"Wonderful. Hope you have a fun time." Martin started out the door. "And remember, payday is every 15th and the last day of the month."
Yes, boss.
Ignacio said, but he knew he wouldn't remember. It was hard for him to remember stuff. Just as that thought crossed his mind, he did remember something.
Boss!
Ignacio called out. Martin stopped with his hand on the doorknob. "Yes, Ignacio?"
Ignacio has a present for you,
he said, smiling proudly. He opened the side pocket of his gym bag where there were 2 sandwich bags packed with dried-out meat sticks. One bunch was darker than the other, and Ignacio couldn't remember which one was his and which was for the boss.
Uh-oh,
Ignacio thought.
Should have marked them, Tonto.
He racked his brain, trying to figure out which one was meant for the boss, but couldn't. His brain had done him good up to this point, and now it was back to not working right. Worried that the boss would be angry at him for taking too long, he committed to grabbing a bag and handed it over to him. Martin took the sandwich bag. It was packed almost to the point that the bag could burst, it was so full. "Beef jerky?" Ignacio shook his head, grinning.
Dear, homemade. It's good for you, Mama says.
Martin took a whiff of it. Smells spicy.
Oh, yes.
Ignacio nodded.
Dried peppers.
This'll be a great snack for the mountain trip. The kids love jerky. Thank you, Ignacio.
Yes, boss.
Martin headed out the door. A few minutes later, Ignacio had all his stuff packed and headed out of the building. The whole time hoping he'd given the boss the right bag. If not, he'd just given him the last of his special meat sticks. He would be bummed out if he did. Deer meat tasted good, but human meat was better. Chapter 15. Emerald was in his hotel room looking over the maps he'd just paid Harold Buckley for. They were scans of existing maps with handwriting on them. For a brief second when he'd opened the files and saw what they were, his old heart fluttered at thinking he'd been duped. But the more he inspected the maps, the more convincing they came to be. The drawn-on paths weren't just random scribbles as he first assumed. They seemed to be deliberately drawn, and when he compared them to the existing printed paths, he saw the geometry was similar. His laptop binged, alerting him that a new email came in. It was from Harold. From The Living Tribunal 87 at hotmail.com. I think the most promising one is File 3. How do they look to you, P.I.? Emerald closed the browser tab with Gmail open. He wouldn't have an answer for his question until they investigated the sites. And, at the same time, depending on the dangers the maps may lead them to, that might mean he would never answer Harold's question. Chapter 16. Whoa! Fred half said, half gasped as the Jeep pulled into Lakewood Cabin's driveway behind the Honda. Everyone climbed out of the vehicles and met in front of them. They all stared at the solid, two-story wooden cabin in amazement. Being that they were suburban and/or city folks, they'd never seen anything quite like this. But it wasn't just the sight of the place either. It was the smell. The air was crisper, fresher, filled the lungs easier. Out here, there weren't many cars to pollute and plenty of trees breathing oxygen into the atmosphere. They could almost feel the cleanliness on their skin.
This is beautiful,
Brooke said. For once, Gav, you weren't blowing smoke up everyone's ass, Fred said. The group had a small laugh at this, then they fell back into odd silence, listening to the songbirds in the treetops and the buzzing crickets in the bushes. It's nice, all right, Gavin said, breaking the silence. So, are you guys planning on just staring at the cabin, or are we going to start unpacking sometime soon? Despite this disruption of the serene moment, he was right, and the group started to move. Except for Dalton and Vanessa, who were posing for selfies in front of the cabin, everyone went to the back of the vehicles to unpack their bags. Gavin scowled at those two and then headed up the driveway toward the cabin.
Where are you going?
Brooke said, seeing him climbing the porch steps. Inside, Gavin told her without turning around. I'm not unpacking shit. Wayne's pulling my weight.
What the hell, Gav?
Brooke said. I wouldn't bother, Fred said to her. He won't change his mind. Brooke nodded. To Wayne, she said,
Bring his shit in last.
Wayne looked over to see where his brother was and saw him at the front door, fidgeting in his shorts pocket for the keys. Sure that his brother wouldn't see, he gave Brooke a big smile and a thumbs up as his response because he was too tongue-tied that a college girl was talking to him to speak.
Attaboy,
Brooke said, wrestling his hair, and then headed over to the back of the Honda to grab her own stuff. 20 minutes later, the cars were mostly unloaded, and everyone was inside picking their rooms and unpacking. Wayne came back to the Honda where the only bags left were his brother's. Brooke's spiteful plan didn't turn out to be very effective, because Gavin had been in the kitchen drinking beer while the others unpacked and couldn't have cared less about his bags. He had booze. And if Gavin didn't screw him over, he'd be drinking some of it tonight too. The excitement of the thought helped Wayne find the strength to grab both of the duffel bags with one hand and carry them inside. Chapter 17. By the time Ignacio was returning to the farmhouse from his errands downtown, it was nighttime. The full moon hung in the air like an oversized balloon, and constellations glowed around it. But the stars weren't the only thing that were glowing. The souls that lived on the campgrounds glowed too. Some of them were nothing more than harsh orbs of light that floated between the cabins and the trees. They were too bright to look at for long periods of time, not that there was much to see in these amorphous souls to begin with. Others, though, Ignacio recognized. He recognized them very well, actually. Because on some level, he'd brought them here. They were the souls of the victims he'd killed over the years, of the ones whose bodies had become a part of him when he ate them. The souls of his most recent prey, the young couple he'd ambushed last week, were here already. Ignacio saw them as he walked through the campgrounds. The woman was underneath a tree, hugging her knees up to her chest. Tears ran down her eyes in streams that sparkled like glitter. They were tears of the damned, of the ones trapped in an existence that was neither living nor dead. The poor girl likely didn't know where she was, or even what she was anymore. The man, who was her boyfriend when they were living, was out front of one of the big cabins. He had his hand on his chin, and he stared up at it like it was the greatest puzzle he'd ever seen. Really, though, the puzzle was somewhere else, on a plane Ignacio couldn't see. In the living world, there existed people who, like Ignacio, could get a peek into the afterlife and see spirits roaming about. But they couldn't see the world the spirits lived in. They were like a person who could open a blind and see what was outside, but couldn't see anything beyond the scope of the window. Ignacio didn't know any of this stuff, and didn't even know he had a special power. All he knew was that there were ghosts, fantasmas, as Mama called them, and that he felt closer to his mother here than anywhere else in the world. Ignacio finally made it past the part of the campgrounds where the spirits usually gathered. He sighed as he walked past the barn, glad to be away from the fantasmas. The truth was, if it weren't for Mama, he wouldn't have stayed. But in this special spot in the woods, he could always feel Mama's spirit all around him, like she was hugging him, watching over him, kissing him all the time. And that made putting up with the fantasmas worth it. Ignacio went around to the back of the farmhouse first. There were several clothing lines set up in the open grass, but only a single vest made from the skin of Chad Richardson hung from one of the lines. Ignacio touched the vest. It was still moist. It needed a few more hours in the sun before it would be good enough to wear. He was disappointed, but at least that meant he would have something new to wear for Mama's birthday tomorrow. In the kitchen, he took out a big Ziploc bag from the fridge with meat in it that resembled chicken cutlets. The meat didn't belong to a bird at all, though. It was meat he chopped off Paige Silverstein's thighs. The chunks were nice and pink and healthy. Ignacio figured she must have been a jogger, and it was a good thing she'd tripped over that picnic table, or she might have gotten away from him. Ignacio put the meat into a baking dish, tossed it in oil, sprinkled salt and pepper on it, and topped it with onions, garlic, and rosemary. He turned the oven on and popped the dish into it. Ignacio sat on the floor, cross-legged, and looked through the oven window. The lights in the farmhouse had dimmed because of the strain that turning the oven on put on the generator in the cellar. That was okay, though, because the dimness helped him watch the meat cook. And that's exactly what he was going to do for the next 40 minutes. He would watch the meat turn from pink to brown and crisp at the edges. He would watch the onions and garlic shrink as they released their juices. He would watch the whole meal cook without so much as blinking, because, as Mama had always said, he was a special boy with a special brain like no one else had. Chapter 18. "About time," Fred said, sitting back in one of the chairs around the fire pit. The kindling had finally caught fire, and the top of a long flame danced in the air. Noel, Fred, and Dalton were the only ones by the fire. Gavin and Fletcher were grilling up hot dogs and burgers for everyone on the cabin porch, while the girls were inside making margaritas with the mixer Vanessa had brought with her. The machine was a monstrosity that had been a point of contention as to who would bring it into the cabin, but ultimately Gavin had made Wayne lug it in.
"It sure is secluded out here,"
Noel said, looking through the trees. "Yeah, I really thought Gavin was making up all this stuff about the cabin," Fred said, taking a drink of his beer. "He's the type to stretch the truth, isn't he?" Dalton said. Fred was annoyed with the guy already, because instead of helping him and Noel get the fire going, he'd just sit in his chair playing some clone version of Bejeweled on his cell phone the whole time. So he was quick to jump to Gavin's defenses. "He just likes to have fun." "Ah," Dalton said, picking up his cell phone off his lap to resume his game. "Is that what that is?"
"He did a good job putting this trip together," Noel said.
Sure, that he did," Dalton said, getting up and leaving them to go inside the cabin. "Geez, what a party starter," Fred said after he was out of earshot. Noel laughed and looked over her shoulder at where Gavin and Fletcher were grilling. Gavin was shoving Fletcher backward and pretending he was going to throw a hamburger with melting cheese on it at his face.
"You and I both know your friend isn't the easiest to get along with," she offered.
"What? Gav? He's all right." Fred couldn't bring himself to fully commit to the lie. "Yeah, okay, you're right. He can be a bit much." Noel touched his shoulder.
"You okay?"
Fred took in a deep breath. He couldn't keep his feelings from her, especially not if this was going to be the beginning of their relationship the way he hoped it would be. It's time to let it all out, Fred Myers. Now it was him who looked over to where Gav and Fletcher were. It was a good distance between the fire pit and the porch, so that neither duo was going to hear the other talking in a normal speaking voice. Gav and Fletch still seemed preoccupied with grilling, and it didn't seem like they were coming over here anytime soon. "It's just that we've grown apart over the years," Fred said. "He's into the same stuff as he was back when we were in high school."
"I see,"
Noel said. "He's still into getting pussy, his words, not mine, and drinking and smoking pot and all that. I'm kind of growing out of that stuff. And at the same time, I think I'm growing out of our friendship." Fred took a big swig of his beer and looked over at her. Sorry to be a buzzkill. Must be the beer." Noel shook her head.
"I'm all ears if you've got more to say."
"No, I think that's it," Fred said, even though in his mind he was wondering how to lead the conversation where he wanted it to go. "I just hope he's all right after college. I've been, I'm gonna sound like a dickbag, but I was thinking of distancing myself from him after this camping trip."
"Might be good for both of you, you know. Maybe losing a friend like you will make him realize he should get himself together."
"Yeah," Fred said. "I guess I've been feeling bad about it because I hadn't thought of it like that before."
"And you don't have to cut ties with him for good. You can always go back to being friends with him when you want, if he's open to that, of course."
Fred grinned at her. "I knew there was a reason I liked hanging out with you." Noel smiled at him. Everything in life is temporary. Only thing that's forever is death. Fred sat back in his chair, playing with the tab on the beer can. He kept pulling it up and letting it hit the top of the can, so it made a tiny metallic clink. I just hope in the end he'll be okay. Chapter 19. The walls of the room were covered with newspaper clippings. They were articles Ignacio had collected about his mother's murder in the weeks after it happened. In the center was a front-page article that had been printed the day after it happened. Beloved nurse killed in home robbery. Simple and to the point, because anyone reading the local paper would recognize Federica Calderon, even though they'd use a younger picture. Federica was sporting a 90s-style bob cut and holding an enormous 8-year-old Ignacio on her lap. Both were smiling, though Ignacio's lips were more turned crooked in an awkward grin, like some sort of cheap doll's smile. The article itself was mostly a celebration of Federica's life. It described her story as an immigrant from Mexico with no education who put herself through school to become a head nurse at the local hospital. It detailed how she did this all while being a single mother to a young boy. The article didn't include Ignacio's name, only referring to him as Federica's son whenever it made mention of him. It also admitted that she was a single parent because her husband had been killed in Mexico due to a drug-dealing incident and skipped over the episodes of prostitution to make ends meet. It was supposed to be a celebration, after all. There was information about the day she'd been murdered, but since it was the article that was printed the day after, the details were scant. Federica had been stabbed to death when 2 robbers broke into her home in the middle of the day. After the 2 were caught, it was revealed that they were first-time amateur kids who had no idea what they were doing. The youngest, a 17-year-old kid, stabbed Federica multiple times out of panic when she'd gone to the bedroom to investigate what the noises in the house were. The article had gotten it all right up until that point. Even the bit about her coming from the living room because when Ignacio found her body 2 hours later, the television had been on and playing novelas. What they didn't get right was the part that said the robbers, for reasons unknown, had decapitated her corpse. They'd gotten that wrong because that had been Ignacio's doing. That day, a 17-year-old Ignacio had been working at the sandwich shop, where he was working the slicer machine. When he got home, he didn't notice anything wrong until he went up to his mother's bedroom. He walked past the kitchen without noticing the shattered windows the robbers had used to come into the house, or the rock sitting on the kitchen floor. He found her stabbed multiple times, mostly in the chest, some in the shoulder, and didn't know what to do. He dropped to his knees, hugged her, and silently cried. While he cried, he tried to think of a plan. He remembered asking his father about the urn they always had in their house back in Mexico. His father told him it was his own mother's ashes, Ignacio's abuelita. Ignacio asked him what that meant, and his father told him that her body was burned after she died. He was scared that someone would burn his mother's body now that she was dead, and he'd never see her beautiful face again. An idea dawned on him, and he went downstairs into the kitchen. He grabbed the good knife, the one Mama always told him worked wonderful to cut the meat she used for their meals, and cut his mother's head off. He put her head into a plastic bag to keep the blood from dripping everywhere, then stored it in a box in the back of his closet. Then he called the cops, and the rest was taken over by them. When they asked him questions about finding the body, he told 2 lies. First, they asked if he found the body without the head, and he said yes, which is why the article got that part wrong. Second, they asked if he knew where the head was, and he said no. The cops searched the house after that, but they didn't find the head because they never checked in Ignacio's boxes, assuming it was all just clothes and other junk the robbers wouldn't have taken. They figured he was too stupid to tell lies, and there was plenty of evidence of a break-in, so there was no reason for them to suspect him. Ignacio was glad about that, because he might have gotten in trouble if anyone found out that he had taken Mama's head off her body. But more important than that, the room he turned into a shrine in his mother's honor wouldn't be the same without it. Federica Calderon's head was in the center of the room with the newspaper clippings. It was impaled on a long wooden stake attached to a cement base. 4 rundown nightstands Ignacio had found while dumpster diving surrounded her head in a makeshift Dia de los Muertos altar. The dressers had offerings on their surfaces for his mother's spirit, candles, a framed picture of Federica when she was younger, several snacks still in their wrappers, gancitos, burritas, and a payeta payaso among them. Hard candies and flowers and so on. Someone who peered through the windows might see it and think there was some sort of satanic ritual going on, but this was no place for the devil. There was a plastic Jesus statue, poorly painted with a gaudy color selection, that towered behind Mama's head. If that wasn't enough to keep the evil spirits away, the candles themselves were decorated with images of Jesus, the Virgin of Guadalupe, angels, and other biblical figures. Ignacio knelt down on a mat in front of Mama's head. He took a box of matches out of his pocket and lit one. If Mama were alive, she wouldn't let him have matches. But she wasn't. And honoring her, especially the day before her birthday, was more important than what Ignacio thought she would disapprove of. He lit some of the candles, just enough for the room to be dimly lighted, then blew out the match. He slipped the box back into his pants and from his other pocket pulled out a golden rosary. He always had this rosary on him, because it was Mama's favorite one. She'd always taken it with her to Mass on Sundays. It had been the most valuable thing Mama owned, and ironically, the one thing the robbers had left behind. They must have assumed it was only gold-colored, and instead took other cheaper jewelry Federica had in her bedroom. Ignacio leaned his elbows on the altar and touched his hands together in a prayer position, with the rosary dangling between his palms. He closed his eyes and began reciting Our Father in Spanish, the only prayer he could ever remember.
Padre nuestro, que estás en el cielo.
This was Ignacio's favorite part of every day, because while he prayed, he could feel Mama closer to him than ever. Sometimes he could even hear her sweet voice reciting the words with him. Chapter 20. After eating burgers and hot dogs inside the cabin, the group was outside drinking and riding their buzzes by the fire pit. They were all a little tired from the drive and unpacking, and the night seemed to be winding down. Despite that the day had been hot and humid, the sun setting and the trees trapping the cool air of incoming breezes turned the night chillier than what they'd prepared for. The heat of the fire felt good against their skin and complemented the cold beers nicely. Gathered here in front of this gorgeous cabin, surrounded by friends, music playing on the speaker by Fletcher's feet, it was almost too perfect of a summer night. Something must be about to ruin it, Fred thought. Maybe a pair of glowing eyes in the brush would freak them out for a moment, only to find out it was a raccoon. Maybe they'd hear a strange sound in the distance. Maybe it'd start to rain. "We should go skinny dipping," Gavin suggested, looking at the map spread out on his lap. "Says on the map, there's a lake about a mile out from here." Ah, there it is, Fred thought, trying not to smirk. It was almost like Gavin had read his thoughts, or maybe more like he thought the group was too relaxed and wanted to change that. Yeah, that seemed more like Gavin Briggs's style. Fletcher laughed, almost spitting out some beer. "You want to go now? Like tonight?" "Yeah," Gavin said, jumping up to his feet, not caring that the map fell to the ground. "What? We came all the way out here just to sit around doing nothing?" There was a murmur around the campfire from the others that to Fred sounded sadly like agreement with Gavin. The truth was, he would have rather just spent his first night relaxing. "We won't go skinny dip, but we'll go," Brooke said from the other side of the campfire. "I'm in," Fletcher said. "You're gonna skinny dip though, right?" Gavin asked. "Sure, man." "My man," Gavin said to him. Then to Fred and Noelle, "What about you guys?" "I'm coming," Wayne called out before they had a chance to answer. "Shut up," Gavin snapped at him. Fred took in a deep breath and reluctantly said, Yeah, I'll go. Noelle, you in?"
"Yeah,"
Noelle said.
just like Gav said, what's the point of being out here if we're not going to explore the woods, right?
"Oh no, Noelle. Don't go reinforcing this clown's ego," Fred protested. Everyone laughed except for Dalton, who was sitting in a chair just outside of the circle formed by the others. "I think I'll be staying back." He said it in a tone that made it sound like it was the generation's biggest reveal. Gavin fought the urge to say, "No one asked you, dork," but had to play nice. He had to play nice at least until he hooked up with Brooke, but after that, it was anything goes. And he couldn't wait because Dalton was what Gavin would describe as a douchebag. The blue hair and the fake rugged clothes he wore pissed him off the instant he'd met the guy back at his house. There was a lot of ammo Gavin was gathering up, and he couldn't wait to go off on him when the chance finally came. For now, though, he just said, "You sure about that? It's gonna be spooky quiet without us here." That's all right. I'll enjoy the peace and quiet. Might be good for me." "Would probably be good for you, too," Dalton said, crossing his legs. "Yeah," Gavin said, noticing the underlying passive aggressiveness in what he said. "It probably would be, but I like to party. Party hard." "If we're going to go, let's go," Fred said, intervening before the two really started butting heads. "We're going to have to grab flashlights before we head out." They all looked out beyond the cabin when he said this. There were motion lights as well as some fixed lights outside the cabin that created about a 12-foot radius of artificial light. But outside of this circle, besides the moonlight, everything was dark. No lights from neighboring cabins, no street lamps, no car headlights, nothing. Just shadowy woods as far as they could see.
"Guys, maybe this isn't such a good idea,"
Brooke said. "Realizing what I've already realized," Dalton said, posturing up in his seat proudly. "What are you talking about?" Gavin said.
What if we get lost out there or something?"
Brooke protested. "We have the map," Gavin said, picking it off the ground and waving it in the air at her. "Plus, there are probably markers on trees," Fletcher guessed. "They always have those."
"I'll turn back with you if it starts to get too creepy,"
Vanessa said to her. Their lack of concern tamed hers, and Brooke nodded.
"Okay, fine. All right, but I'm not skinny dipping, Gav."
They laughed again, all of them except Dalton. Then they started inside the cabin to prepare for the hike. Dalton watched the group hike into the woods from inside the cabin. What a bunch of suckers, he thought. They probably marched straight into the belly of a beast if it would make them look cool online. He was glad that he wasn't on any social media. No Facebook, no Instagram, no Twitter. The closest he came to any of that were the online writing forums where he posted his poetry. His cousin and her friends would know nothing about that. He assumed they had no artistic ability, no visions, no stories to tell. Especially not that muscle dummy with the annoying little brother. A dark part of him hoped those two would be lost in the woods and wouldn't return. Not that he wanted them to die, per se, but he hoped they wouldn't come back to the cabin. Let them find their way out of the woods and get back home. Just never let me have to see them again, he thought as the last of the group's flashlight was lost in the dark. Dalton stood by the window for a few more minutes, staring out into the woods. The motion lights on the trees out front started to shut off one by one. Each one that went out shrunk the radius of light surrounding the cabin by 2 or 3 feet, until eventually only the front porch light was on. A nervousness started to work its way into Dalton's stomach. It was dark out there, truly dark, darker than he imagined it would have been, and he was out here alone. Suddenly, he wondered if maybe it would have been smarter to go hiking with them. He gulped. A motion light to the right of the cabin came on as something running through the bushes a few feet away activated it. Dalton looked, but whatever was out there was too quick. All he caught was a blur retreating into the darkness. He took a step back, keeping his eyes glued on the bushes. Twigs snapped somewhere in that direction, sounding like fireworks going off in the quiet seclusion. Dalton thought he would piss his pants if it weren't for the terror. It was like his entire body, including his insides and blood, was frozen solid with fear. Then he saw the 2 beady eyes emerge from the bushes, followed by the snout that they sat on top of. He let out a short breath as the doe shyly came out of her hiding place and into the light. Dalton looked down at the front of his jeans and laughed in relief when he saw he really hadn't wet himself. "Dalton, you giant fool," he said to the empty cabin. In the moment of uncertainty, his mind had started to imagine the most horrific thing would come out from behind the bushes. A 3-headed monster, or a ghost, or something equally juvenile. It seemed that this kind of seclusion and darkness had a way of reawakening childish fears. An idea popped into Dalton's head for a poem, and he hurried over to his shared room in the cabin to grab his notebook. Something told him this would be the only peace and quiet he'd get on this trip. And he was right, just not in the way he thought. Chapter 21. Ignacio was having a nightmare. It was one he'd had many times before, and he knew how it ended. Badly. Always badly. But he couldn't do anything about it, not even wake up from it. He could only ride along with it. He was a little boy in the nightmare, maybe 6 years old. A big 6-year-old, but nowhere near as big as he was as an adult. He was coming home from school. The curtains were all pulled down in the house. There were noises, moans, coming from Mama's bedroom. The room's door was slightly open, enough that light escaped from the gap and lit the hallway leading to the bedroom with candlelight, but not open enough to see what was happening inside. The air was stale and smelled like a mixture of sweat, Mama's perfume, and sex, although Ignacio didn't know what that was then or now.
"Mama?"
Ignacio said, walking down the hallway toward the bedroom.
"Eres tú, Mama?"
He heard no reply, only more moans coming from Mama and the bed squeaking. Ignacio continued plodding down the hallway. With each step he took, the hallway seemed to stretch out longer and longer, the door getting further and further from him. He called out to his mother again, but there was no reply. Ignacio picked his pace up, almost jogging down the hallway, and finally reached the door. Mama's rhythmic huffs of breath between the louder moans made him stop. Was someone hurting her? No. He knew how it ended. He knew what was behind the door. But his dream version didn't. And Ignacio couldn't control anything in the nightmare, not even the thoughts in his head. He pushed the door open and saw Mama on her back. Her legs were in the air, with black tentacles wrapped around her ankles. The tentacles belonged to a humanoid creature as dark as a moonless night. Mama's head was upside down, hanging off the edge of the bed. Blood ran down her neck and into her mouth from a deep slash across her throat. She smiled when she saw Ignacio, showing him her blood-covered teeth.
"Hello, Hio,"
she said, licking her lips clean even though the blood kept coming in a torrential downpour, quickly covering her mouth again.
"You're home early."
At the sound of her voice, the tentacle creature lifted its head up from out of her crotch. "Get out!" Ignacio had gone from being a 5-year-old boy to a full-grown adult as he walked down the hallway. In real life, he'd been too little, too powerless to do anything about the men he'd seen making Mama moan. But in here, in this dream, he was big and powerful like in real life. He could fight the monster off and save Mama. This was his second chance. Ignacio jumped at the monster, both hands out in front of him, ready to rip the monster's head off. One of the creature's tentacles let Mama's leg go and shot out, grabbing him by the throat. The tentacle stretched out, pushing Ignacio back and slammed him into a wall. All the air came rushing out of his lungs. Still pinning him against the wall, the creature lifted Ignacio into the air like he was weightless. Over the creature's shoulder, he saw Mama was still laying on the bed with a big, bloody smile on her face. Her head began to wiggle around, and the slash across her throat opened wider. Blood dripped out of it faster, soaking the carpet at the edge of the bed even more. Ignacio grabbed the tentacle. It was wet and slimy, but strong. He was powerless against this creature, just as he'd been powerless in real life against the men who made Mama moan. "You have no power," the creature barked. Ignacio closed his eyes and screamed. He awoke screaming in real life. He was covered in sweat. Mama's rosary was clutched in his hands the way he'd fallen asleep holding it. Another nightmare. Ignacio went into fetal position, holding the rosary tight to his body with one hand and sucked the thumb of the other. The room was pitch black, the kind of darkness that seemed to swallow you. He was lonely. He missed Mama. Ignacio waited for his eyes to adjust to the darkness, then got out of the bed and changed out of his pajamas. He was going out to the barn to visit his Barbie, as he often did when he felt lonely. Chapter 22. Couple never returns from most secluded cabin in PA. Fred hadn't thought about the headlines since they were at the gas station until now. They'd been having too much fun at the cabin, but in these dark woods, the eeriness was beginning to outweigh the fun. Especially now that they'd traveled far enough away from the cabin that they couldn't see it anymore. "Why are you all so quiet?" Gavin said from the front of the group. Despite his question, he too had gone quiet after a few minutes of whistling when everyone else's chatter had stopped about 15 minutes ago. He turned around to face them, but kept walking backward. "You think someone died or something?"
"We're just trying to enjoy the hike," Brooke said to him. "Watch where you're walking, dork. You don't want to trip out here."
"Ah, whatever," Gavin said, throwing his hands in the air, but she was right and he faced forward again. There'd been a few root knots and rocks jutting out of the earth like giant knuckles that he'd already almost stumbled over. Walking backward out here at night wasn't the wisest decision. The exchange between Gavin and Brooke sprouted conversations among the others. The path they hiked was only wide enough for 2 people walking side by side. Noelle was next to Fred and noticed how pale he'd gotten. Maybe it was just the way the moonlight reflected off him, but she wanted to make sure. She leaned close to him.
"Hey, Fred, you okay?"
Fred nodded. "Yeah, I'm all right." But the truth was he couldn't stop thinking about the missing people reports in these parts. It would never happen to them, of course, because they were being careful, following the orange reflectors marking the trail to the lake. What if the couple had been careful too? He argued with himself, wishing he would have read that damn article after all. How long could the article have taken him to read? 20 minutes? He would gladly exchange 20 minutes of lost sleep last night to know what happened to that couple right now. Fred felt his heart beating faster in his chest, and suddenly the air felt too thick to breathe, like he'd been shoved into a vat of molasses or something. Then he felt Noelle's soft hands wrap around his arm. She leaned her head onto his shoulder and he caught a whiff of her hair, some sort of floral scent, lavender maybe? And in an instant, everything was okay again.
"You're not spooked, are you, Fred Myers?"
she said, turning her head to look at him with almond-colored eyes.
"Because I'll protect you from the fear bees if you are."
Fear bees? Fred smiled. She grinned.
"I used to tell my sister when she was real little that there were bees that could smell fear. And whenever she was afraid of something, I'd say, 'The fear bees will come if you don't stop being afraid.' It worked to help her get over being scared of the dark and stop peeing her bed."
Fred laughed. "That's cute." Noelle gave his arm a tight squeeze before breaking away from him.
"You better make sure you're not calling them to us, Fred Myers."
Yeah, I'll make sure I'm not." The group fell silent again as they followed their flashlight beams through the hike. They walked a good 15 yards or so like this, until Gavin stumbled on a big root from an oak tree he didn't see. He shot his arms out in front of him to keep from face-planting right into the dirt. The others laughed, but Fred noticed they didn't laugh the way they had back at the cabin, or even at the beginning of this nighttime hike. They laughed like they knew this was a bad idea. If fear bees were real, Fred thought, they'd have already called an entire swarm on themselves. Chapter 23. Out here in these desolate woods, it was easy for anyone to pick up on sounds that disturbed the natural quietness. Ignacio, however, wasn't just anyone. He was born a special boy, as Mama always told him, with super hearing abilities, which meant he could practically hear anything going on out here if he focused hard enough. Human voices were different, though. They were distinct enough and rare enough out here that they always perked up his senses. That's what his ears were picking up on now. Voices in the trees. He stopped halfway to the barn from the farmhouse and listened closely. Now that he was outside the grove of trees that surrounded the farmhouse, he could hear the voices better. There were several of them, walking through a path that wasn't too far away. He knew exactly which path it was, and the shortest way through the woods to it, because Ignacio knew these woods better than anyone. He knew them better than even the animals did. His brain was slow, or so he was told, but it could memorize the geography of places perfectly. Changing directions, he headed towards the voices. He wanted to see if there was anything worth hunting down. Ignacio crouched down behind a thick bush. Using 2 heavy fingers, he separated some branches to get a better view of the trail. The hikers hadn't made the turn to come into his view yet, but he could hear them in the distance, so he blew out his lantern. Now he heard them better. Their voices had an unsteady, nervous quake to them, a hint of fear. It excited Ignacio, and he was ready to jump out and attack them right then and there, but Varias Caras took over before he could do that, and he stayed put.
"We don't have a weapon, Tonto."
That's right. He'd been on his way to the barn, not out to hunt. He didn't have anything except his hunting knife on him, and that wouldn't do much with this many of them. He needed something more powerful for these numbers. The hikers came into view. A muscled-up guy in a sleeveless shirt led the group. Behind him, 6 others marched in a haphazard bunch. There were 3 boys besides the leader, 2 who looked in their early 20s, and a third one who was much younger than anyone else in the group. He looked like a shaggy-haired teenage version of the muscled-up guy. Then there were 3 girls. A tall blonde with a confident walk that made Ignacio nervous, a smaller girl in jeans and hiking boots and silver hair, and a third girl with caramel-colored skin. This was the one that caught his attention. She was beautiful, Hispanic with long hair, thick eyebrows, and plump lips.
Mama?
Ignacio whispered. Ignacio watched the campers coming toward him. Each of their flashlights shone over him as they rounded the path, but just as he thought would happen, they didn't see him. They were too focused on following the bend in the trail. They walked past him one by one, but he couldn't keep his eyes off the Hispanic girl. Yes, she looked like Mama. Like Mama when she was young, he thought, remembering the family album back in his bedroom. He caught a glimpse of her calves flexing as she walked by his hiding spot. Ignacio licked his lips, feeling the roughness of the mask on the bottom of his tongue. She excited him in a way he'd never felt before. He wanted her, needed her. It didn't matter how many there were to try to stop him from taking her. He would have her. The group marched past him and were swallowed up by the darkness. He could still hear their whispers in the distance. There was a faint sound of laughter. One of them was her laughter. He was sure of it because it made his heart flutter.
I want,
he muttered.
Not tonight,
Varias Caras said to him.
A good hunter waits for the perfect opportunity.
Ignacio smacked himself on the head to shake the urge of chasing her down. He echoed Varias Caras' message.
Not tonight.
He stood up from his crouch and then backed up into the shadows. Mama's look-alike had gotten away, for now. Chapter 24. The light from outside cut through the barn like a saber, stirring Nadine awake. She opened her eyes, slowly, always slowly, so the sudden brightness wouldn't damage her eyes. There was always pain, but that she couldn't do anything about. Varias Caras pulled the door closed and started towards Nadine. At night there was almost no light inside the barn, so the only way she could track his movements was by the lantern.
Good evening, Bella,
he said, dropping a satchel in front of her. Varias Caras lit the torches hanging on the wall with a match, putting this part of the barn in an orange glow. He was wearing a mask she'd never seen before. The mask was old. Not just in the sense that the material was old, which it was, but also that the person whose face it had been had died at an elderly age. It looked like an old woman's face. There was even poorly applied makeup on it. Varias Caras crouched down and unzipped the satchel. One by one, like a kid counting to make sure all his marbles were in the bag, he took out the makeup supply. A compact, some brushes, and a gold lipstick sat in a neat row in front of him. If it had been an appropriate time for humor, Nadine would have laughed at the lipstick. It was like a child's idea of what a woman would use. The whole layout was, really, but the lipstick was the kicker. Varias Caras looked up at her, noticing Nadine staring at the mask. He rocked back on his heels and fell onto his ass.
Want to hear about mask?
Nadine didn't say anything, just continued to stare at him. As comforting as it was to have someone speak to her, she didn't like talking back to him. But as he often did, Varias Caras took her silence as meaning yes and went on with his story.
I saved money some years ago.
Varias Caras bobbed his head with each syllable.
Fly to Mexico.
He also paused and took in a deep breath every other sentence. It reminded Nadine of one of her third graders with asthma, a small boy named Samuel who would stand with her during recess and tell her about his bug collection or his toys because he couldn't play with the other kids. The thought of that boy and the rest of her third graders made her want to cry. But she didn't have the energy to. Not right now, anyway. Varias Caras continued.
I visit Abuelita's grave. Start digging. Guy working the graveyard shoots at me. Almost hit me with bullet.
If only he would have killed you, Nadine thought.
I return next day.
He hacked through the air with his hand as if it were a blade.
Cut head off. Maybe same guy, maybe not. Not sure.
Varias Caras paused to suck in breath.
I take Abuelita's face off for mask. Then return body to grave. In Mexico, we respect our elders.
Finishing the story, he went back into a crouch. He picked up the compact and opened it. The powder inside was old and dry, and he had to press the brush hard against it to get the makeup to stick to it.
Hold still and nothing bad happens,
Varias Caras warned. The irony of it made Nadine glance at the ends of her legs, where smooth, blackened nubs were instead of her feet. The first night he'd captured her, he'd cut her feet off so she
couldn't run away,
and had cauterized the wounds with a piece of metal he heated up with a blowtorch so
they wouldn't hurt and bleed so much.
Nadine supposed there were worse things he could still do to her, but the irony of his choice of words was hard to ignore. Using the brush, he applied the blue eyeshadow onto her face. It got everywhere because the brush was too small for his large fingers to handle with any sort of dexterity. He dipped the brush into the red makeup next, and then applied that on her face. Nadine didn't need a mirror to know the job was sloppy. She could feel the dry powder caked in swatches all across her face. It went from her cheeks and up to her hairline, and probably was in her hair, too. Done with the compact, he closed it and stuffed it and the brush back into the satchel. Then he picked up the gold lipstick. He took the cap off, revealing that the actual makeup inside was cherry red. It didn't really make much sense given the circumstances, but Nadine felt some sort of relief at this. Varias Caras traced her lips with the precision of a toddler trying to color inside the lines. The lipstick got as high up as her nostrils and as low as her chin. Ignacio, this was all Ignacio, Varias Caras was gone, sat back with a big, proud smile as he admired his work. After a few seconds of that, he gathered up all the supplies and stashed them in the satchel. His hand came out with a small mirror in it that he held up to Nadine. The application of the makeup was awful, but even worse than that was the gaunt face staring back at her. Her skin was paper thin, tinged yellow, and stretched tightly over her protruding bones. Her eyes looked sunken into her head. She could see dark shadows around them in the spots where the blue-red dust wasn't covering. The hair on her head was stringy and greasy, and patches of it were missing. Nadine wanted to scream, because it was like staring at the face of a monster, but she didn't because she didn't want to anger Varias Caras. Besides, it wasn't a monster she was looking at. It was herself. Ignacio moved the hand mirror away from her and put it in the satchel with the rest of the beauty products.
You like? Now we both pretty,
Ignacio said, smiling. Nadine watched him return from the butcher room with a large cardboard box with pieces of metal jutting out of the top of it. She watched Varias Caras carry the box several feet down the same wall Nadine was chained to, just barely still under the glow of the torches, and set it down. Varias Caras went through the box, chucking the pieces of metal into a pile in front of him that looked like nothing but a bunch of scraps. Then he pulled a chain out of the bag, and Nadine realized what was happening. It was a disassembled set of restraints, just like the ones keeping her. The second chain clanked as it hit the top of the pile. Varias Caras got up, went over to the shelf where he kept his chainsaw, and grabbed a hammer and a box of nails. He returned to the wall, picked up a metal part, and started nailing it to the wall. He spoke to Nadine between bangs.
Tomorrow, Mama's birthday, I bring another Barbie back. We have party. Bang, bang, bang. Maybe have to let you go, he said, shaking his head. I cannot take care of two Barbies. You understand? Bang, bang. Another girl? Oh God, he's bringing someone else to this barn? The realization broke Nadine's heart in a way she didn't know was possible. He was going to capture another innocent person and subject them to this. Someone out there, in the world Nadine was sure she'd never see again, was living the last moments of their life before being brought into this hell. And she was powerless to help the girl. Couldn't even warn her about it. Nadine surprised herself by sobbing. The sobs came out so loud they could be heard over Varias Caras' hammering. He stopped, and without looking at her, he asked, Why are you sad? She didn't respond, just continued to cry. Ignacio dropped the hammer on the floor. His mind completely changed tracks, and he went over to Nadine, crouching in front of her. Why do you cry? He asked again. Nadine wiped at her eyes with the back of her hands. Her chains clinked. Nothing. Nothing. She muttered. She'd been trapped here long enough to know her captor's temperaments. She could feel his mood change without having to see his facial expressions. As large as he was physically, the energy he exuded was just as large, and right now, she could feel him getting angry. That seemed to be his default response for not understanding things, to get angry at the situation. Nadine tried to get a hold of herself in hopes of stopping the impending anger, but she couldn't. This was too much. You stop! You stop crying! Varias Caras jumped up to his feet. He started stomping around like a child who'd just had his video games taken away from him. Stop! Stop! The more he screamed and commanded her to stop, the harder it was for her to comply. Unlike a child, his temper tantrum scared her. Nadine felt the ground underneath her shaking, and she cried harder. Stop! Stop! He covered his ears with his hands and shook his head to muffle the sound. The noise was too much, and he was too uncomposed to control his hearing sensitivity like he usually could. You stop right now! But that didn't work, and he decided it was time to give her a reason to cry, like Papa had done to him. He pulled out the knife from his back pocket and crouched down in front of Nadine. Ignacio grabbed a handful of hair from the back of her head and brought her face inches from his. She was so close to him she could smell the musk of the leather mask. Stop it, or I cut, Varias Caras warned. Nadine nodded, sniffled, and stopped crying. She'd used up all her energy by now anyway. The quiet in the barn returned, and Varias Caras waited to see if it was a permanent thing or if she was going to start up again. After a minute or so, he was satisfied. He stood up and put the knife back in his pocket. He started back to finish setting up the restraints. Nadine looked at the handle of the knife sticking out from his back pocket. If only she could get her hands on it. But no, he was too far away for her to even attempt anything like that. Besides, where would she go? She had no idea where she was, and with no practice moving quickly on the nubs of her legs, she might never get out of the woods alive. There was nothing she could do except sit here, listening to him build the capture device for his next victim. Bang! Bang! Bang!
Chapter 25. As it turned out, Gavin managed to convince Brooke, Vanessa, and Fletcher to skinny dip when they got to the lake. Fred and Noelle resisted his silly idea, and Wayne was forbidden from joining them, so the three of them were sitting on a towel on the lake bank. "Hurry up! It's nice and cool in here!" Gavin yelled out at the girls who were still in the bushes. He was the only one in the water, floating like a stray buoy in the middle of the lake. The moon hung over the trees, bigger and brighter than any of them had ever seen it. Its light turned the surface of the lake almost mirror-like, reflecting the surrounding willow trees on its rippling water.
"Hold on! Gosh, so impatient,"
Brooke said, but the girls were laughing. The truth was, they were all relieved to be out of the woods, and now they were in better spirits.
"You trying to catch some flies there, bud?"
Noelle said to Wayne, who was staring at the girls with widened eyes. He couldn't see anything from this angle, but the fact that he was this close to naked college girls was unbelievable enough for him. Noelle's words only managed to half-snap him out of his trance, and he continued to stare at the girls as he jumped to his feet.
I gotta go take a leak,"
he said, and started for the trees without waiting for a response. "Can you tell he's Gav's brother?" Fred said. They both watched him disappear into the shadows, and disappear was exactly the word they were both thinking, because once the darkness swallowed his flashlight's beam, there was no more trace of Wayne Briggs.
"You think you should go with him?"
Noelle asked. Before Fred could answer, Gavin yelled at Fletcher and drew their attention that way. At the last second, Fletcher had chickened out and was coming into the lake with his underwear on. "Nah, I think he'll be okay," Fred said. "The Briggs brothers are loud enough that if he screams, we'll hear him all the way out here." Noelle laughed, and a silence fell between them. But out here, underneath a willow tree by the lake, there was nothing awkward about it.
"It's so pretty out here,"
Noelle said after a minute or so. She was staring up at the starry sky, a view that often stole the breaths of the city dwellers and suburbanites that ventured out this far into the woods. "Yeah," Fred agreed, staring up at the moon looming over them. "It's almost as pretty as you." As soon as the words escaped his mouth, his face flushed red. He was sure Noelle was going to laugh at his lame attempt at flirting, but she surprised him by giggling.
"Oh, is that so?"
she said.
"Is Fred Myers hitting on me?"
Flustered, Fred straightened up and tried to sober. Yeah, maybe." "Great recovery, idiot." The voice scolding him in his head sounded a lot like Gav's. Noelle slapped him on the shoulder.
"It's too bad you didn't make a move sooner."
Fred felt his heart sunk and his balls shrivel up into his body. So much so, they seemed to be meeting in the pit of his stomach. "Huh?"
"I'm kind of seeing someone. We decided to make things official just yesterday before our camping trip. I'm sorry, Fredster."
Noelle saw his spirits were down and pecked him on the cheek. It didn't do anything to pick him up, but it was worth the try.
"We can still be friends, right?"
"You snooze, you lose," Gavin's voice again. And then his own. "God fucking damn it." "Friends," Fred muttered. "Yeah, friends. Friends forever." Wayne couldn't see shit, even from where he was now. The bushes covered the girls up completely. He got his hopes up when they started for the lake, but they ran too fast for him to get any details. The girls jumped into the lake and swam into parts deep enough that their bodies were obscured by water. Bummer. The best he got was the colors of their nipples, and tried to masturbate to that, but couldn't focus. There were too many distractions out here. Gavin kept yelling, and every time the wind rustled the bushes, he was sure it was someone about to sneak up on him and see what he was doing. Oh well. He'd wait until they were back at the cabin to rub one out. Since he was already holding on to his dick, he figured he may as well take a piss. Wayne finished with that, then started back to join the others. They got tired of swimming 20 minutes later. The skinny dippers headed back to the bank, dressed in wet clothes since the only towel they'd brought was the one Noelle and Fred were sitting on. They stood up and handed it over to the girls, each using one end of the towel to dry their hair. Gavin sensed something going on between Noelle and Fred. He'd known Fred long enough to know all his tells, and he made a mental note to remember to ask him about it later. "Well, well, you guys missed out on a rad experience," Gav said to them. "Yeah, wet socks sure are an experience," Fred replied. "How'd the mosquitoes treat you two?"
"Okay, boys, settle down," Brooke said. She picked the map off the ground and started leading them to the trail they'd come from.
"Wait, where's Wayne?" Gavin said. As if the question summoned him, Wayne emerged out from the bushes. "I'm here." "Oh," Gavin said, then pointed at the front of his cargo shorts. "Your fly's down." The girls all laughed. Wayne's face burned hot with embarrassment, and he looked down at the front of his shorts. Indeed, his zipper was all the way down, and even worse, the gold seemed to be glowing underneath the moonlight. Oh, shit," he said, fumbling to zip it up. "I was taking a piss." But no one cared about his explanation. They had all moved on from the moment and were packing up. As reluctant as they were to hike through the darkened path again, they were ready to get back to the cabin. Chapter 26. A few miles away from Lakewood Cabin, there was a smaller, less extravagant, though just as secluded, cabin in the woods. Emerald opened the rickety cabin's door, half expecting the squeaking hinges to rip right off the wall. That didn't happen. Instead, he was greeted by a blast of musk and dampness that seemed to have been trapped for far too long. "Whoa, dear Lord," Emerald said, swatting the air away from his face as if it would somehow combat the smell. "Smells like someone's wet shoe." Molly came up from behind him, holding the tripod in her arms.
"Beggars can't be choosers, Emerald."
"I suppose that's true," he said, flipping the switch on the wall next to him up. A bare bulb hanging from the middle of the cabin turned on, and Emerald went inside. Molly walked past him and set the tripod on a table in the kitchen. The table was so old she was worried for a second it might turn to dust. She turned to Emerald, who was inspecting a hole in the roof.
"Making you wish you would have called Andy Cameron for one of his cabins?"
"I think dealing with him once was enough," Emerald said, smiling at her. It was true, but Emerald also knew this was the only cabin within distance of the location they were scoping out. There was a reason Lakewood Cabin was billed as the most secluded cabin in PA. Besides this dilapidated cabin, their other options were all places to set up tents. All things considered, Emerald felt better with four walls between them and the dark woods outside. Even if the structure looked about ready to collapse with a strong gust, he'd take his chances on that. Cannibals or no cannibals out there, these parts were the stomping grounds of wild animals. Molly was thinking the same thing and stopped at the doorway when a question she'd been meaning to ask dawned on her.
"We're going to these locations during the day tomorrow, right?"
"Yes," Emerald said. "Why?"
"No reason," Molly said. "Just maybe we'd have a better idea of where we're going during the day is all."
"Mm-hmm," Emerald agreed. "Also less dangerous."
It's like you read my mind.
Yeah, Emerald said, suddenly feeling like he needed to sit. He settled into one of the chairs in the kitchen area.
You okay, Emerald?
Emerald nodded and put his palm up in a gesture that said, "Don't worry about me." But to Molly, he looked like he was in the middle of having a heart attack. She stepped closer to him and reached out to him. "No, please," he barked. Molly stopped and brought her hand back like Emerald might take a bite out of it.
You sure you're okay?
He was breaking out in a sweat now, but he nodded to Molly. He needed to hold strong. Can you just get me some water?"
Yeah, sure,
Molly said and charged out of the cabin. She grabbed a water bottle from one of the packs they had in the back of the Subaru and hurried back inside. Something was going on with him. Something strange. Something that didn't feel physical or mental or even psychological, but otherworldly. Like an earthquake was happening inside of him. Emerald could feel his insides trembling. They seemed to move unrhythmically and independent of one another. He grabbed the edge of the table to steady himself. It didn't do him any good, but whatever was happening ceased in the same moment. His breathing came back to him. Emerald shook his head hard and felt the beads of sweat roll down his face. He focused and realized that he felt lighter than ever, like a weight had been lifted off his chest. Molly came back into the cabin, unscrewing the cap on the water bottle in her hands. Relief washed the concern off her face as she saw the color returning in Emerald's face.
Here,
she said, handing him the water bottle anyway. Emerald took it and gulped almost half the bottle down in one go. With his forearm, he wiped at his mouth. "Thank you, Molly."
You okay?
He nodded.
You sure? Maybe we should go to a hospital.
No. Must have been the humidity of the place, he lied.
Okay,
Molly said, not entirely convinced.
Yeah, it is muggy in here.
She looked him over once more, then started back outside.
I'm going to unpack the rest of our stuff.
I'll be there in a second, Emerald promised. Molly went out of the cabin, leaving him in the kitchen by himself again. Emerald was feeling odd still, but he had to hold strong. They were close to uncovering something in these woods. Now that his mind was clearer, he realized that's what the odd sensation he'd experienced had been. Something in these woods was touching a hidden sense, something Emerald only presumed he had until now. That's why he couldn't describe what it was to himself. Because he was like a newborn seeing light for the first time, or taking in his first breath out of the womb. More than ever now, he knew the supernatural was real, and they were on the verge of finding concrete evidence to back up years of his presumptions. He had literally felt it trembling through his body a moment ago. He had to hold strong. He was close to catching his white whale. Chapter 27. "What are you doing up so early, Fredster?" Gavin said, joining Fred on the porch. They were both leaning against the banister now. Just couldn't sleep. What about you?" Gavin popped the tab on his beer and took a sip. "The wind kept smacking a branch against the window all night. I was ready to go cut that fucking tree down last night." They both looked at one another, and both burst out laughing. Gavin had made a big deal about staying in the master bedroom himself, since this whole camping trip was his idea and the rest owed it to him and all that. The others, not wanting to argue with him, let him have it, even though it meant sharing rooms with the others. In a cosmically funny twist, it turned out to be the most disruptive room to sleep in. "Karma gets you once again," Fred said. "Whatever," Gavin responded. He took another drink of his beer and let the quiet between them clear the humorous mood before changing the subject. You gonna tell me the real reason you're up early? Something happened by the lake, didn't it? With Noelle? Fred shifted his weight to his other foot and rubbed the back of his neck. You gonna give me shit if I tell you? Gavin scanned his face and saw Fred was legitimately concerned about it. He shook his head. No. I mean, maybe. I'm a dick, you know? That's kind of my thing. Fred laughed, but there was nothing behind it. Gavin punched him in the arm playfully and said, No, I won't laugh at you. Tell me. Oh, man. I feel really stupid about this. You were right, though. I waited too long. She has a boyfriend. Or she's seeing someone, as she put it. Ah, Fredster, Gavin said, putting his arm around his shoulders. All things end. Good, bad, neither. They all end. Eventually, everything ends. Don't you ever forget that. Now it's Fred's turn to feel the forces of cosmic irony, because Noelle had said something to that effect about him and Gav's friendship just yesterday. If he didn't know any better, he would have thought the two conspired this behind his back. Of course, that wasn't what happened. It was a lot simpler than that. Time passes, and things change. Everyone knows that, even if it's easy to forget sometimes. The only thing that's certain is death. When you're right, Gav, Fred said to him. They went quiet for a good while after that, and just watched the sunrise in the distance and listened to the morning birds twittering in the trees. Focus, Fletcher told himself, trying to imagine the dart flying across the room and hitting the bullseye. If you can imagine it, you can achieve it. He launched the dart, and missed completely. The dart struck the wood paneling behind the target, bounced off, and fell to the floor. Man, you suck! Gavin laughed from the wall he was leaning against. He was bored of beating Fletcher at darts, so he headed out of the room to see if the girls were done cooking breakfast. By himself now, Fletcher was done with the game too. He went to fetch the dart behind the entertainment stand where he saw it bounce. Fletcher ducked down to get the dart, but stopped when he saw a crumpled piece of paper stuck between the furniture and the wall.